Right.
You need my business card? No. Double check.
That's sweet, but no, I don't. So we're probably at Andrew, Lavere, and Paul Barzar, right? Right. There, Chairman.
Did you do it yesterday? Is there concern that it's a malicious PowerPoint? Or is it? No. Why not?
Okay, I think we are ready to begin. The hour of the hearing has come on us. Let's go on the record. Good morning. My name is Charles Hatcher. Again, I am the regulatory law judge assigned to this hearing. Today's date is August 3rd, 2021, and the commission continues its evidentiary hearing in file number GR-2021-0108. Again, I want to state for the record, we are having a hybrid hearing, meaning that some participants are physically in person here in courtroom 310. Other participants are participating via WebEx, which is a video conferencing internet application. Those will be both computer participants and phone-in participants. Everyone on the WebEx, please mute yourselves until you need to speak. For those on the phone calling into WebEx, you unmute by pressing *6. And one last warning on WebEx, the chat function is not private. I highly recommend that you do not use it. It is not part of the official record, and it can be seen by other people. It is not private. With that said, let's jump into our issue today. I understand we're starting with ultrasonic meter recovery. I spy a couple meters in the courtroom here, and I understand we're going to start with mini opening statements. Excellent. And opening statements, we'll go first with Spire, Mr. Appley.
Thank you, Your Honor. I may it please the Commission. My name is Matt Applington, and I represent Spire, Missouri, and I am very excited to be here today and have the opportunity to talk to you about ultrasonic meters at Spire. There are a lot of important issues in this case. We talked about many of them yesterday, but I chose to present on this issue because, in my opinion, this is the most important issue in the case. Spire's gas safety and field employees work closely with the Commission's own safety staff year-round to make sure that our distribution system is as safe as possible for our customers and communities. As we have accelerated replacement of old mains and services with new modern materials such as plastic pipe, we've seen a reduction in the number of leaks and natural gas incidents. However, for all the attention that is rightfully placed on the safety of our system, we have always lacked the technology to proactively manage the safety of customer-side piping beyond the meter. This year, that changed at Spire, Missouri, as we began installing the next generation of natural gas meters. One of them is sitting here next to me.
Mr. Applington, I'm going to ask you to stop. You're only a couple minutes into your opening. It's my understanding that we have a couple people in the old hearing room on WebEx. We're going to give them a couple minutes, and then we will restart.
Very good.
Okay.
Different WebEx.
Mr. Weitzel, did you sign into WebEx?
Yes.
You're in the wrong here. You're
I know.
okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here. Don't worry about me.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Not the problem. Please get that out.
Sorry for calling you out. We'll
It's fine. I deserve it.
Again, for everyone on the WebEx or listening on the live stream, we're at a pause right now. We've run into some technical difficulties this week with this hearing, which has caused us to create a new WebEx. And having those two numbers floating out has created a little bit of confusion. So we are currently just pausing for a minute. And now we do have everyone here. Mr. Applington, please go ahead. Thank you.
Spire, Missouri opening statement, take two. May it please the commission. My name is Matt Applington. I represent Spire, Missouri, and I am so excited to have the opportunity to talk to you today about ultrasonic meters at Spire. There are a lot of important issues in this case, and we heard about many of them yesterday. But I chose to present on this issue because I feel strongly that it is the most important issue in this case. Spire's gas safety and field employees work closely with the Commission's own safety staff year-round to make sure that our distribution system is as safe as possible for our customers and communities. As we've accelerated replacement of old mains and services with new modern materials such as plastic pipe, we've seen a reduction in the number of leaks and gas safety incidents. However, for all of the attention that's rightfully placed on the safety of our system, we've always lacked the technology to proactively manage the safety of customer-side piping beyond the meter. This year, that changed at Spire, Missouri, as we began installing the next generation of natural gas meters, which we call ultrasonic meters. An example is sitting up here at the podium with me. These devices bring incredible benefits to our customers. The primary benefit of this device is safety. In my experience, the scariest scenario that our field employees and customers face is when a fuel run becomes open on the customer side of the meter, which can quickly fill a home with natural gas. Our new ultrasonic meters continuously measure the flow of natural gas into the home and contain a valve that automatically shuts off the flow of natural gas to a home when the meter senses an open fuel run. This prevents the home from filling with gas and will prevent explosions and fires from incidents such as copper theft in an unoccupied home. The importance of this safety feature cannot be overstated. I'm convinced that it will save lives. We at Spire, Missouri firmly believe that we have the duty to safeguard our most essential assets, our employees and the customers we serve. These meters also bring additional safety benefits to our customers and employees. For example, the ultrasonic meter contains a temperature sensor, which will automatically shut off the flow of natural gas when it detects a fire, preventing natural gas from fueling a fire at a home. The ultrasonic meter is also capable of being turned off via remote control that can be deployed to our field technicians. This will allow them to make buildings gas safe without the need to approach the structure to physically turn off the meter valve. Here again, we know that this technology will prevent serious injuries to our first responder field employees. The ultrasonic meter also delivers game-changing measurement accuracy for our customers. The device uses ultrasonic measurement technology in place of the diaphragm technology invented in the 1800s. This old technology relies on a series of moving parts and gears which tend to degrade over time. When this happens, accuracy suffers. By contrast, the ultrasonic meter has no moving parts and delivers incredible accuracy both out of the box and for the entire service life of the device. I want to stress that the ultrasonic meter delivers all of these benefits right out of the box without being connected to any network. There are no network costs involved in this case. And the meter itself costs just $27 more than a traditional diaphragm meter, and will have a 20-year service life. That means that Spire can deliver all of these benefits for just $1.35 per year of incremental cost. Other parties in this case oppose this new metering technology primarily due to the slightly increased cost and the potential that the cost of some legacy meters may become stranded. While cost is an important consideration, if we can save the life of a customer or an employee for pennies a month, I believe we have an obligation and a duty to do so. To place these incremental costs into context, had we utilized diaphragm meters for every residential installation during the test year of this case, the cost would have been approximately $8.4 million. If we had used an ultrasonic meter for all of those installations, the cost would have been approximately $9.8 million for the device. The installation cost would have been the same. Contrary to the suggestion of those parties opposed to ultrasonic metering, Spire has not instituted a full-scale meter replacement program. We are merely introducing ultrasonic metering technology as the new residential standard in Spire operating areas. Finally, even if we weren't convinced of the incredible benefit and value of transitioning to ultrasonic meters, technology would have pushed us to the same result. As an industry, we are moving away from conventional diaphragm meters, and many manufacturers will soon stop producing them. At Spire, Missouri East, we must also pivot on meters because our legacy measurement network will no longer be supported by our vendor in just a few years. For all of these reasons, we believe it's critical that the Commission recognize the value of this new measurement technology and include in rates the modest costs we've incurred so far to begin the transition to these next generation meters. You'll hear next from our witness, Mr. James Risky, who's our Director of Measurement, who also has a demonstration, if the Commission would like, of how the diaphragm meter technology operates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heffington. Ms. Myers?
May it please the Commission, and good morning. My name is Jamie Myers, and I am here representing the staff of the Missouri Public Service Commission. As already mentioned by Council for Spire, Spire, Missouri has incurred costs by replacing some of its existing metering infrastructure with new ultrasonic meters. Initially, as noted in the rebuttal testimony of staff witness Jay Lubert, staff's recommendation was that the Commission not permit Spire to recover the cost of the new ultrasonic meters in FERC subaccount 38.1, and further, not permit Spire to include the cost of the ultrasonic meter installations in FERC subaccount 382.2. However, after the June 9th technical conference, where Spire provided additional information to the parties regarding its replacement of existing meters with ultrasonic meters, and additional information staff gathered through the discovery process, staff refined its recommendation regarding Spire's replacement of its existing metering infrastructure as presented in the rebuttal testimony of staff witness Jay Lubert. Staff does not object to the Commission allowing Spire, Missouri to include the cost of new ultrasonic meters in instances where the service was already disconnected, the existing meter needed to be replaced, and or the alternative replacement option would be to purchase and install a new diaphragm meter. But importantly, not every existing meter Spire has replaced with an ultrasonic meter was replaced for the reasons just stated. And therefore, staff recommends the Commission disallow the cost of meters and installations, again, those costs booked in FERC sub-accounts 381.1 and 382.2, that were not replaced consistent with staff's recommended instances. And again, this is consistent with Spire Council's statements that Spire is not undergoing a meter replacement program, just in instances where it's needed. Specifically, staff recommends the Commission disallow 26% of the cost of the meters and associated replacement costs. Based on Spire witness, Mr. Risky, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name, rebuttal testimony, 26% of the existing meters Spire replaced with ultrasonic meters were less than 10 years old and had not been required to be tested in accordance with Commission Rule 20 CSR 4240-10.030, paragraph 19. Additionally, staff and OPC noted in testimony concerns that both parties have with the lack of information and justification Spire has provided for its meter replacement. To address this going forward, staff recommends the commission require Spire to file quarterly reports that detail and describe changes to Spire's meter replacement strategy for each Missouri service area, as well as justification for any changes in replacement strategy. Staff further recommends the justification should include, but is certainly not limited to, cost-benefit analyses for changes in replacement strategy, alternative approaches Spire has considered, and potential customer impacts of changes. Staff witness Jay Lubert has written rebuttal and rebuttal testimonies on staff's recommendations for ultrasonic meter recovery and is here today to answer questions on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. We'll move now to Office of Public Counsel. I was just going to note, Mr. Kaufman, I am counting you as excused, and you'll let me know when you want to be unexcused.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Just want to make sure Mr. Kaufman got it.
I appreciate it, Mr. Kleiser. I have been informed that your opening is now on the computer. I will direct the camera appropriately.
I've had Dr. Mark go back to make sure the WebEx is looking at it right.
All righty. Thank you.
Excuse me, Jeff, is it possible to zoom in at all?
I wish.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm going to move this so I don't accidentally knock it off with a wild gesticulation. Mic check. Oh, here we go. If it would please the commission, John Kleiser, on behalf of the Missouri Office of Public Counsel. I want to start off this discussion today with just a quick reminder of what a meter is and why we're here. And I want to talk first about pointing out that when you think of like an electric utility, right, what's the most expensive thing they're going to build? It's going to be a power plant. Those are going to make up the biggest amount of, plants they've got in plants, ironically. What about a gas utility? Well, for a gas utility, they don't have that power generating station. Their biggest contributions to the plant, they're going to be the pipes, the distribution system, and the meters. This is a very considerable part of the actual rate base that Spire is seeking to recover. That's what we're talking about here. So this idea that we're dealing with only a couple $1 million, that's not entirely true. That's only what they're seeking to recover in this case. But you have to remember, Spire has about 1.2 million residential customers. Every single one of them is going to need a meter. So the replacements we're talking about moving forward are going to be quite sizable in amount. Finally, just remember, the ultimate goal of a meter is just to report your gas usage. Everything else is ancillary. Okay, is my mic working? Okay. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, I got a request to see you, because we couldn't Zoom. I forwarded your opening to everyone.
Perfectly fine. I'm just going to continue.
I apologize for interrupting, Mr. Kleiser.
No, that's fine. So let's compare the two options that we have here. And actually, let me clarify this. When I say two options, I mean the two options that have been brought up in this case. In reality, there's actually quite a few different meter measuring technologies out there, some for different applications. But for right now, we're going to focus on just diaphragms and ultrasonics. So right off the bat, let's talk about how old they are. Diaphragm meter technology has been around for a very long time, about 100 years. Ultrasonic meters have also actually been around for a fairly long time. They easily date back to the 70s. But they're, just now as this is kind of coming forward for residential meters, at least in this state. A diaphragm meter is going to measure gas flow with the displacement of gas in an actual diaphragm. You have that little diaphragm inside the meter. As the gas comes in, it expands the diaphragm, that pushes a lever, the lever clicks a mechanism, and that tells you how much gas is used. An ultrasonic meter actually is measuring the sound that is traveling through a gaseous medium, in this case, natural gas, flowing through a pipe, which is interesting because it actually can be disrupted by noise pollution, but the amount of disruption, I'm not sure I can qualify exactly how much that is. How long do these things last? Well, according to the existing depreciation schedules, diaphragm meters are supposed to last, on average, about 35 years. Ultrasonic meters, on the other hand, are lasting 20 years. And that is specifically because they have a battery inside them, and when the battery runs down, you just replace the whole meter. Although it should be pointed out that Spire's depreciation witness in this case actually originally recommended a 15-year, which means they're roughly, less than half of the actual life of a diaphragm meter. That's a very important point that I'll be readdressing later on. Of course, Spire has ultimately agreed to maintain the 20-year life that was originally ordered by the Commission, but they've already indicated they believe it should actually be shorter. Finally, the diaphragm meter is what you almost certainly already have on your house if you're receiving gas services. Ultrasonic meters are going to require a brand new meter that is marginally more expensive to be installed. And that is the key to the whole problem here. There are two arguments that the OPC is raising. The first has to do with the fact that we believe that this switch from diaphragm to ultrasonic meters is just gold plating of Spire's system. It's an unnecessary switch designed to build out rate base. The second is that we believe that there's a massive stranded investment problem that's going to be created by this switchover, and that the Commission needs to take action to address that stranded investment problem if it allows for the switch from diaphragm to ultrasonic meters. Let me break down both of those issues, starting with gold plating. So really quick, let's just talk, what is gold plating? And this is a big old block of text, but effectively, a utility that is regulated at a certain percentage of its capital investments, i.e. rate of return, has a strong incentive to overinvest in order to increase their overall profit. This is formally known as the Average-Johnson effect, named after two economists who wrote a paper on this issue. It is informally known as gold plating. And again, the basic idea is if you provide profit to utility based on a percentage of what they build, then they have a reason to build as much as possible. In this case, Spire, Missouri is overinvesting in meters. They are attempting to drive up their rate base and increase their overall return through this unnecessary switchover. Let's address several of the arguments that Spire has made here, starting with the argument that diaphragm meters are obsolete. This is not true. Spire's entire position is based on the fact that one manufacturer, their preferred supplier, Itron, has told them they're going to stop supporting diaphragm meters. The problem is Itron is not the only meter manufacturer. There are many other manufacturers of diaphragm meters, and they have indicated that the continued use, manufacture, and production of diaphragm meters, it's going strong. Honeywell, Sensus, these are just some of the major name players who have indicated that, yes, we are going to continue producing and supporting diaphragm meters well into the future. And to verify that, here are just a couple of pictures of various websites demonstrating the existence and availability of diaphragm meters on the market today. Let's talk about those safety claims, because Spire has made the safety argument a very big part of this case. The first thing that I want to point out is that the remote shutoff feature that Spire touts, that Spire puts so much emphasis on, can be achieved by diaphragm meters. And let me stress this point. The difference between a diaphragm meter and the ultrasonic meter is how it measures gas. The remote shutoff capability is independent of the nature of the measurements. I will prove through cross, all things hopefully working, that you can get diaphragm meters with the remote shutoff feature and many of the other safety features that Spire touts as being the reason they need to use ultrasonic meters. Now, the one thing that's missing in all of this is that we don't know what the cost comparison is because, and I'll get to this later, Spire did not do its due diligence to figure out what the actual cost of using new diaphragm versus new ultrasonic meters would be. Moreover, according to Spire's own testimony, the ultrasonic meters they're currently installing don't actually have the main safety feature that they stress as the reason why we need to have these meters. Finally, I just want to throw out there, because this gets brought up every time gas safety talks, every time gas companies talk safety, you know, they're going to reference back to the same old major natural gas disasters like Merrimack. Merrimack had nothing to do with the meters, right? That was a problem with the regulators on the distribution system being left open, which caused gas in the lines, which led to the explosion. The actual diaphragm meter safety shut-off valve is not going to prevent very many of the major natural disasters, if any, that we see historically. Let's move on to the accuracy and longevity benefits. This is also undermined by the company's own evidence. Spire claims ultrasonic meters are superior because they're going to remain accurate for a longer period of time, and they won't break down because they don't have the internal moving parts. However, this is irrelevant because Spire is or plans on retiring these meters after 10 years, according to a safety requirement. Now, I'm going to have to come back to this. I'll circle back to this. There's a little bit of confusion on this point I want to address in a later slide. But I want to, again, emphasize this. Even absent the testing and replacement, diaphragm meters still last nearly twice as long as ultrasonic meters. And that's with the current depreciation rate. If Spire gets its lower rates, which indicates it once, they're definitely going to last twice as long. Just pause for a moment and think about this. Imagine you're buying a car and you have two options. Option A is a car that lasts 10 years and costs $30,000. Option B is a car that's going to last 5 years and cost $40,000. But option B has rear backup assist, which is a nice safety feature. If you are legitimately making a purchasing decision, you're going to factor in how long the car lasts. You're going to factor in the actual cost. You're not just automatically going to go, oh, it's a safety feature. We absolutely need that. You need to make a cost-benefit analysis decision. And that's something that the company simply has not done. A company who is about to embark on a capital expenditure that could easily break into the hundreds of millions of dollars would be expected to do basic due diligence. They would be expected to have a cost-benefit analysis performed, to request for proposals for solicitation of bids for people to come and say, here are the different options for meters, both ultrasonic and diaphragm, anything else in the market. They would have a planned replacement strategy in place. Spire has none of these things. They didn't do any of the basic due diligence that you would expect for a company making this kind of capital investment. So to summarize, Spire's claimed benefits are reaching at best. And right now, the company is attempting to skirt what is going to be the much more costly investment that's going to come second. And that is the AMI infrastructure and network that will need to be built and deployed to gain benefit of AMI functionality. I want to throw out there, I know this is not key to this case, but it's important to point out, there is basically no real case for AMI meter technology when it comes to gas companies. But I acknowledge that, at least for now, the company isn't requesting recovery of AMI technology, so that's all I'm going to say to that. To finalize, again, this company has performed no due diligence. They haven't done their RFPs, they haven't done a cost-benefit analysis, and all they have with regard to plans are a plan to make plans. This is not how a competitive business would operate, and it's not how a regulated utility should be allowed to operate. Let's move on to the second issue, the stranded investment problem. The OPC's position can be summed up succinctly as this: one customer, one meter. When a customer pays for a meter, they should actually get to enjoy the benefit of that meter in full. They should get what they pay for. This is a basic concept. Right now, Spire customers are paying the cost and profit on meters for which they're receiving only about a third of the benefit. And yet, despite only receiving a third of the benefit, the customers are paying the full price of the diaphragm meter and its replacement, and they're gonna pay for the ultrasonic meter too. Stated differently, customers end up paying for more than one meter at the same time, and this is what the OPC has a problem with. Go ahead. No, I mean, I'm more than happy to answer questions.
This is the judge. Mr. Kleiser, I just have, how do you account for the inventory that Spire states it purchases in advance? And even ignoring their testimony, thinking this through, one customer, one meter, we can't take that literally because a company would have to have the replacement meter. And so now that's going to be in rate base. So it doesn't really work out to one because the gas company will always have an extra meter sitting in a stockroom somewhere for the just in case.
I guess it would come down to a prudency evaluation of exactly how much that inventory is compared to the amount that's in rate base. If the company is carrying inventory equal to the amount of meters they have installed, that's probably a problem. Some small amount of inventory, yes, that could be reasonable, but you'd have to have a prudency evaluation, is the way I'd answer that.
Thank you. I knew you thought of it.
So, I want to stress that Spire knowingly caused this problem because they have been interpreting a requirement to test meters every 10 years as a requirement to fully replace and retire the meters after 10 years. And that's regardless of the meter's accuracy. Basically, whenever they test the meter, it's gone because, in their opinion, it costs too much to refurbish the meter. Now, this is where things get a little bit confusing because Spire actually has a variance that's supposed to let them not test every meter after 10 years. Instead, they get to do statistical sampling. But this gets convoluted because Spire also claims that they have to be able to replace the diaphragm meters after 10 years because of this rule. So they haven't been replacing every meter after 10 years. They've had lots of meters that are 20, 30 years old. But they also claim that this rule requires them to replace the diaphragm meters after 10 years as a justification for why they can shorten the whole replacement strategy. Does that make sense? Or not does it make sense? Do you follow what I'm trying to explain? That's a rhetorical question. The problem here is that Spire, and this is, Spire has acknowledged itself that its replacement strategy has created a discrepancy between the actual life and the depreciable life of the meters that Spire has known about for years, but it hasn't done anything to attempt to correct this problem. In fact, over the past 4 rate cases, Spire has been continuing to recommend the exact same 35-year service life for these meters. And the result of all of this is that Spire's full diaphragm meter accounts are only about a third recovered. And the amount of unrecovered that we're talking about here is more than $180 million in plants. I mean, this is a very considerably large amount of money. And Spire wants to retire all this and replace it with ultrasonic meters, which we put to a new account. When it does that, of course, the customers are still going to end up paying both the amount in the diaphragm meter account and in the new ultrasonic meter account, and customers are quite literally going to be paying for 2 meters at the same time. That is what the OPC is attempting to prevent. So how do you fix this problem? Staff has proposed disallowing 26% of the ultrasonic meters. And you just heard staff counsel explain that that's basically the number of meters that were retired before that 10-year period. Now, the OPC would put forward that it shouldn't be the 10-year period because Spire has a variance to their requirement to replace every 10 years. You should do it before the end of their average service life, which is the 35-year period. Of course, if you do that, you're going to disallow all of the meters because pretty much all of them are being retired before the average service life. I don't have an exact number. There's probably a few that are actually being retired past that 35 years, but you have to have the company and or staff actually look into that. We could make a attempt, but it would be a little bit tricky. If, however, the commission says, no, we want the ultrasonic meters, we're going to let it go forward, that's fine. What we're asking in the alternative is that you do something to correct the problem that we've identified with this stranded investment. And the way to do that, in our opinion, is to make an adjustment to the existing diaphragm meter plant reserve account. Now, we threw out two options. In reality, there's probably a whole plethora of options, and you'll probably see a few more brought up in our brief. But let me just go through the two options we put in our position statement. The first is that you just make an adjustment to the diaphragm meter reserve account, and that's it, basically. You just bring up the diaphragm meter reserve account so the customers don't have to pay for 2 meters at the same time. The alternative, and this would be the easiest, is that you take the diaphragm meter reserve account, make an adjustment to it to clear off the unrecovered balance, put that unrecovered balance in a regulatory asset, amortize it over 20 years, sort of remaining life period of the meters, and then give it a return of the cost of long-term debt, but not a return on. That would mean that the company would be able to recover the cost of the diaphragm meters, but not profit on the diaphragm meters. And they'd also be able to get to recover the cost of the ultrasonic meters and profit on the ultrasonic meters. So the company would be recovering for 2 meters, but only earning profit on 1, which I would consider to be the absolute least the commission could do for customers. If they're going to let the company recover for 2 meters, the least they could do is only let the company profit off 1 meter. So, to wrap this up, once again, our point, 1 customer equals 1 meter. You shouldn't have every customer basically paying for 2 meters. Spire has put forward very little effort to justify its meter conversion. It didn't even file a direct in this case. It hasn't done its due diligence. There's actually very little on the record to support this conversion. This whole decision is being driven by a desire to build rate base. And I shouldn't have to, but again, if you ask yourself why, it's by adding all this rate base, they're going to increase their profits. That's going to flow through to their parent company. You get that subsidization that I talked about in my general opening. And Spire, I just want to throw this out there, it clearly considers this meter conversion to be a foregone conclusion because they've already put forward promotional material on the corporate website of Itron, the meter supplier they're buying from. So the companies, they basically think that they've already got the commission signed off on this. I don't think the commission should operate that way, but that's only my 2 cents. With that, I will ask if there's any questions. Any other questions?
Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Kleiser? There are no bench questions. Let's go ahead and move on to Mr. Risky, our first witness. If he would make his way to the witness stand, please, sir. Mr. Risky, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. If you would please state and spell your last name for the court report.
James Risky, R-I-E-S-K-E.
And Spire's witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I call you Jim?
Please.
Excellent. And where do you work?
I work for Spire at 700 Market.
That's St. Louis. Are you the same Jim Risky who filed rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony in this proceeding on June 17th and July 14th, respectively?
Yes.
And do you have any additions or corrections to make to that testimony at this time?
I do not.
If I asked you all those same questions again today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I move the commission to enter all of Mr. Risky's testimony as exhibits 32 and 33.
Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 32 and 33, James Risky's rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony, respectively? Hearing no objections, so admitted.
Very good. I'll turn to the witness for cross.
Thank you, Mr. Applington. Next, we go to staff. Ms. Myers.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Glanz?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Good morning. Is it Mr. Risky? Risky. All right, thank you. I wanted to make sure I was pronouncing it correct. You have a copy of your testimony in front of you?
I do.
Can you go to page 3 of your storybook?
Which server better?
I believe either. Confused by the question. Oh, actually, I apologize. Go to page 8 of your rebuttal. Let's start there.
All right.
Beginning at line 19 and continuing on to line 1 of the following page, you ask, did staff or OPC discuss any of these customer safety benefits in their direct testimony? And respond, no, staff and OPC did not discuss any of the customer safety benefits of ultrasonic meters. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you address any of the customer safety benefits of ultrasonic meters in your direct testimony?
I did not provide any direct testimony.
Did anybody at Spire provide direct testimony supporting the ultrasonic meter conversion?
Yes.
Who was that?
Scott Weisel.
Scott Weisel? No. Flipping back to page 7 of the rebuttal testimony. Beginning at line 18, you say, within the next year, the company intends to begin installing the Itron Series 400 ultrasonic meters at customer premises that are served by low pressure, utilization pressure, natural gas distribution systems. The Series 400 contains an additional feature of the automatic shut-off valve. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the current meters being installed do not contain the automatic shut-off valve, correct?
That is not correct. The current meters have an auto shut-off valve that's based on sensing the flow of the gas through the meter. So the current ultrasonic meters will shut off when they sense abnormal flow conditions through the meter. The meter that's being talked about in this question, the 400 series, adds an additional feature where it monitors the inlet pressure to the meter from the customer service line and will shut off the meter when the pressure exceeds a configured threshold, which is directly related to the things, both issues are directly related to what happened in the Merrimack Valley incident that caused customers.
Do the current meters have a remote shut-off feature?
Yes.
Is it your position that current diaphragm meters do not have the remote shut-off feature?
Current diaphragm meters that we have installed in our system do not have a remote shut-off feature.
Is it possible to acquire diaphragm meters with a remote shut-off feature?
Absolutely. Well, it's possible to retrofit diaphragm meters with a remote shut-off feature, and the Honeywell device that you showed in your testimony, I have on my desk in my office.
Honeywell also sells a device that currently comes equipped with remote shut-off features, correct?
They have an ancillary device that can be added to the meter that provides a remote shut-off capability.
I believe I'd like to mark an exhibit. Bear in mind, this should be OPC 219.
Yes, that's the number on my sheet.
Mr. Risky, I'm handing you. Can you, take that for me? Okay, hang on, leave one for me. On that computer right there, can you hit escape for me to exit out of the PowerPoint? Mr. Rizky,
Excuse me?
hit escape to exit out of the PowerPoint.
Sure.
Can you, bring up a web browser? Can you go to smartenergy.honeywell.com? Smart Energy, one word.
What's the rest of it?
.honeywell.com. You might want to just add that right in the URL to the searching for it on Google. Can you scroll down a little bit? Now it's being blocked by the cookies. Hit reject all under that cookies for a minute. Thank you. You hit an industries at the top. Gas. Scroll down to metering. It's on the left-hand side. Under metering solutions, keep scrolling. Metering. There's a hyperlink at the bottom of that box. Explore. Scroll down a little bit. Wait for this to load. You have the AC25NXS smart meter gas meter. You scroll down to the bottom of this page. All the way down to the bottom. And can you hit the data sheet in English? No, not the brochure. There you go. I hit allow. Can you verify that this document is the same as the document I've handed you? Best of your knowledge.
It appears though it is.
Would you agree with me that under the product, well, this is a diaphragm meter, correct?
I'm not familiar with this particular meter, but it does say down here that it's a diaphragm measuring unit.
And you would agree that under safety features, it includes autonomous shutoff based on high pressure, high temperature, high tamper, and high flow rates, safety alert to head-end system during valve closure/open, high flow rate alarm, reverse flow detection and alarm, remote valve shutoff, and high response mode communicates every 15 minutes during emergency situations like high pressure, high temperature, high flow, and valve closure.
It does say that.
However, I'd like to offer OPC 219 as evidence. This is the spec sheet for the Honeywell American Meter AC250NXS system.
No objection.
Are there any other objections or non-objections? So admitted.
Do you know what the price per unit model for this system is?
I do not.
Did you perform any cost analysis comparison between the ultrasonic meter being put in manufactured by Itron and the available systems by Honeywell or any other meter manufacturer?
So there are, the metering system is a system that includes how you acquire reads and how it gets into your billing system. And so there are factors that are not on this sheet that impact the ability to use a product like
you do a cost comparison analysis?
Well, so putting very succinctly, I would have had to replace my entire meter reading system in order to be able to use this meter.
Did you do a cost comparison analysis?
Against a product I couldn't use?
So can I say that the answer is no, you did not do a cost comparison analysis?
I did not compare products that could not fit within the meter reading system that Spire uses.
Mr. Risky, if you could make sure and speak into the mic when you're testifying, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You go to, turn off my mic. Can you go to page 11 of your rebuttal testimony?
Page 11?
Of your rebuttal.
Yes.
You agree that lines 13 and 14 states, frankly, I do not understand the continued dialogue about stranded assets as part of the spend included in this rate case.
Yes.
You do understand the stranded asset investment problem at a general level, correct?
I do understand the issue, the stranded asset issue. I keep pointing out as a part of that the meter replacement program that Spire uses has not changed. We have simply changed the meter that we use when we perform those replacements.
So then what is your estimated time frame for the entire replacement?
Right now, we are continuing to follow the targeted replacement strategy that we employed in Spire, Missouri West prior to the use of ultrasonic meters, and we don't have an end date. We are targeting underperforming aged meters.
And you're replacing every 10 years?
No.
What is the dollar amount of the undercovered balance of diaphragm meters?
I don't know. I'm not involved in the asset management of our corporation.
Hang on. Same as this. So, just a note, what I'm handing out are excerpts from staff's accounting schedules. I handed out the same thing yesterday, and I didn't get back all my copies, so I have less than the full amount, but everyone should theoretically still have a copy. I apologize for that deficiency. All right, as I've just handed you, these are the excerpts from the staff accounting schedules filed in this case. Would you agree?
I've not seen these before. I will have to take your word on that.
Let's start with Spire, Missouri West. At line 19, account 381 meters. The current Missouri adjusted jurisdictional under column I, that amounts $44,418,766, correct?
That's the figure that's in that column.
And if I flip the page over to the accumulated depreciation reserve, line 19, account 381 meters, again, the Missouri adjusted jurisdictional is $7,200,722, correct?
Yes.
I invite you to get out a calculator for this part. If I take the plan that I just stated, and I subtract from it the existing plant reserve, I'm left with $37,218,044 as the unrecovered plant balance. Do you agree with that?
I didn't do the calculations. I don't have a calculator.
Fair enough. You know what? I believe that that last part can be covered through briefing, so I will just go ahead and end my cross there.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiser. We'll now turn to questions from the bench. Are there any commissioner questions? And we do have our commissioners on WebEx participating, and that is again *6 if you're on a phone, if you need to unmute. All right, I don't hear any commissioner questions. I do have some bench questions, though, that I'd like to get to. Mr. Risky, when did Spire start switching its replacements to ultrasonic meters?
So we began the process in some of our affiliates outside of Missouri in May of 2020. We began the process in Spire, Missouri West in July of 2020.
When did the ultrasonic meters become part of the inventory of meters that Spire uses?
We received the first shipments in our inventory within about 60 days of when we began deploying them.
There's been questions raised in this case about why Spire did not come to the commission at the time of the changeover. Do you have a response to that?
So Spire did an extensive study of the operation of our metering population and the overall effort that was being made in sustaining that population, both from a maintenance and a testing point of view. That study resulted in us recognizing the need to move to a more modern technology. That all started in early 2019. We made a decision simply to use a more modern meter as our residential meter standard going forward. In our minds, that was a decision that we make that's very similar to a number of other decisions that we make, and we were using that meter in a fashion that was consistent with our previous metering. And so, in our minds, it was a business decision that we make that's very similar to many others that we don't provide in direct testimony. What I saw in this case was there were a lot of questions that were looking forward at AMI technology, which was not what we were deploying as part of this decision, that clouded and confused the issue and caused a lot of the conversation that we're having now, right? So that was why it was not in direct testimony, because we testified to what we were doing was simply using a new meter standard in a fashion consistent with how we used the old meter.
Thank you. In your testimony, you have highlighted benefits of ultrasonic meters, which you have stated are available if the meters are not connected to a network. When a meter is not connected to a network, is the AMI functionality available?
So when it's not connected to a network, it operates in the same fashion that our existing metering does, meaning that the meter reads are acquired by a drive-by van service. So we call that right now in drive-by mode. So until you put it under a network, then you have different characteristics and capabilities that you can leverage off of that meter.
And with no network, is AMR functionality available?
Yes, that is how the meter operates.
Okay. And what does AMR functionality allow Spire to do?
So there's a couple of things that, first of all, the ultrasonic meter is collecting reads in an electronic fashion. So when we're in drive-by function, we drive by and read the meter once a month, but we're also able to acquire daily reads going back the previous 40 days.
As you drive by, are you saying that the meter itself is storing the data to give you the 1 month reading and also the previous 30 or 40 days?
That's correct.
Okay. What are the plans that Spire has developed for incorporating AMI technology?
So Spire is currently still studying what the next steps might be in our metering program. So right now, there's a lot of technology that's available for building out a network, which is essentially what AMI technology is. There's also things to consider about what one might be able to do with the data and what it would take you to be able to develop that. We are currently analyzing all the options and the potential benefits to understand what investments would make sense based on the benefits they can provide to Spire. And there's a lot of information that's available to us and a lot of technology that's available to us. And we are being very thoughtful in our process of evaluating what investments make sense for our customers.
I saw that in your testimony. I did not see a timeline. Do you have a timeline planned out?
We don't have a formal timeline. I can give you, we are operating in our meter program in what we call iterations, where we look at improvements that we can make in a certain period of time. And I would anticipate over the next year or so that we will continue to study the potential AMI solutions that are out there and make a decision about what, if any, we're going to deploy.
What analysis has Spire prepared to assess the costs versus benefits of installing smart meters versus diaphragm meters with AMR devices?
Yeah, so we began back in July, or in late 2019. It really was prompted, first of all, I was relatively new to the position, and we were contemplating we had an affiliate that was on a foot red meter reading system. And so we were evaluating technology for that region. And that got us the opportunity to see some technology that was available out there in the industry. But I took the time to step back, and we spent about a year studying all aspects of our metering, meter reading, and billing programs. And as part of that, I provided a large amount of data that we had collected that looked at what I describe as the effort to maintain timely and accurate billing reads for our customers. And so I gave demonstrations of the number of field activities that are generated to read, maintain, or repair metering equipment across Spire, Missouri. I gave examples of the number of bill reads that are received every month that are deemed not normal, that require a human to review them to determine whether or not we should accurately bill a customer off of those reads. And I also gave the information that we gather every month about the number of meters, despite that effort, we're unable to acquire a bill read for that customer. When you look at the effort that's invested in this, we talk about stranding meter assets by upgrading technology, but the effort that goes into the maintenance expenses to sustain the technology that's sitting behind me, which, by the way, was invented in 1843, that expense far exceeds the things that are going into the asset issue. And that's why we made the decision that replacing technology that was requiring that kind of effort was a more prudent decision than continuing to try to sustain technology that doesn't provide the kind of capabilities that the ultrasonic meter does.
I'd like to explore exactly that. Just a couple more questions before we move on. As I understood the point that you were making in your testimony, that the rule requires Spire to pull a meter every 10 years to test it, regardless of the depreciation or accounting or anything else. Once you pull a meter out of the ground, you now incur, after you pull it out, and I count those labor expenses, but you incur the testing expense, and then you incur the, is it a routine rehab expense? You're just pulling it out of the ground, you gotta fix stuff?
I can describe that for you.
Okay.
So when we pull, so first of all, the rule is very succinct. It says that every 10 years we must remove, inspect, and accuracy test the meter. Now, where the confusion, we have a variance that allows us to begin sampling those populations at 10 years. So at 10 years, we begin pulling out a military statistical sample of every vintage year. We test it, and then based on the accuracy of that group, we will target underperforming groups of meters for more accelerated replacements. There's been a lot of confusion about that. In Spire, Missouri East, the average life of a diaphragm meter under that testing program is 18.8 years. In Spire, Missouri West, the average age is 22.1 years. And that's in my testimony that I provided as part of this case. When we pull the meter off, which is the only thing the rule compels us to do, we inspect it and we accuracy test it. There are a certain number of meters, a large population of them, that inspection and accuracy testing said they're simply not available for reuse, right? The condition is such, the accuracy is such that we could not reuse them. If we were going to reuse them, then we have to, again, we perform the accuracy test. Then we have to perform a leak test to make sure that the meter is still, has its integrity. Then we have to replace the index and certain wear items that are moving components of the meter. And then we have to repaint it to provide a proper coating on the meter. All of that going through the parts that are a part of that, the labor that's a part of that. In fiscal year 2020, it costs us $221 a meter to refurbish about 17,000 meters. Keep in mind, that is picking the very best of the meters that we pull off of customer premises. We simply assert that it makes no sense for us to spend more to return a used meter to service than it does for me to buy a modern meter that provides me with far greater capability than the used meter that I'm returning to service.
I want to make sure I understand your point. Are you saying that if Spire just continued exactly what it's doing now, without the smart meters, just replacing the diaphragm, that Spire, I'm still getting my terms of art down, Spire would make more money if you just kept doing what you were doing, pulling them every 10 years, rehabbing, putting them back in the ground, and waiting until they wear out? Let me rephrase it a different way. Have you compared the cost benefit of continuing what you were doing, replacing the diaphragms, versus installing installing ultrasonic meters only for the purposes of the replacement program and not a separate program? Have you compared those two?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit more?
So when we compare those programs, the first thing that you look at is, again, providing the values. When we look at the FERC accounts as a part of this case, with the burdens on them and so forth, the new meter was about $200. A new ultrasonic meter. A refurbished meter that has already been in service for at least 10 years is $221 to the customer. When I look at the diaphragm meters, the cost to sustain that technology is built out in some of the analysis that we did. Just the field activities alone are $10 to $15 million a year. It's the theory of investment. When I invest in new modern technology that doesn't exhibit those characteristics, I continue to reduce that labor expense over time to maintain my equipment. And so when we looked at that as a general model, it was overwhelming that it was a benefit to our customers to invest in that new technology. And while I appreciate the fact that the depreciation, which I did not realize till we got into the testimony of this case, the disparity between the depreciation life and the practical life of a meter. At the end of the day, our experience tells us a diaphragm meter lasts almost exactly what an ultrasonic meter will last. Again, 18.8 years, 22.1 years. The ultrasonic meter is 20 years. So the disconnect in the depreciation, this is not a new phenomenon, and I don't understand why it hasn't been recognized until we got into these cases, but this is consistent throughout the natural gas industry. Natural gas operators all across the country, we are one of the last ones that internally refurbishes any meters as a part of our operation.
You brought up the disconnect with the depreciation rates, and I was going to circle back to that, but we're here now. Can you comment on that, please? To the extent of your knowledge, and you may not be the right witness, but how did we get to 35 years on one hand with, I mean, that does seem to be a...
Yeah, and I think it goes back to, in my experience from a metering perspective, I think it goes back generations of gas operation where the idea was we would simply take meters off of one customer premise and recondition, or test them and put them back out at another customer premise. Over time, that practice faded away in the industry. And that depreciation schedule, I think, was set up under that premise, right? And I just don't think that in the course of the day-to-day operations of our companies and our conversations with staff, anybody really recognized how the depreciation schedule had separated from the practical operational thing. And I will say, you know, when you look at what we have done, there are a lot of things that have been promulgated as rules that have continued to make the ability to reuse a device like that impractical.
Okay. I think wrapping up on this topic, I want to follow your testimony, and I do not want to talk about the potential and possible AMR and all of the neat capabilities. You said you purchased an ultrasonic meter, and I'm not going to get into all of the different manufacturers and whatnot, but you bought one to put into your normal replacement program. And I thought your testimony said that there were two main safety mechanisms that were available. And I thought, if I remember correctly, it was a heat sensor and a flow sensor. Can you expand on that?
Yes, I would, and let me just take a moment to say that for much of my career, I managed many of our gas safety activities as a part of my responsibilities at Spire. Part of those responsibilities were I had to respond to events that may have been natural gas related at our customers in Spire, Missouri East. Many of those events happened because of things that happened on customer facilities that caused gas to be present inside of the house, right? One of the things that really struck me when we saw this technology was the fact that the meter is sensing the flow of gas through the meter. And if the flow of gas exceeds 500 cubic feet an hour for 10 seconds, on the outlet side of this meter, there's an internal shutoff valve. And there are many circumstances in which that feature will provide safety benefits to our customers. What's important about that, and what's been confused in some of the testimony, is that's an automatic feature. That is not a remote shutoff. The meter is continually sensing the environment through the meter and acting on abnormality when it senses it. So it doesn't require a person. It doesn't require any intervention. The meter recognizes a hazardous condition and shuts itself off in 10 seconds.
I didn't hear you mention heat, though.
The second feature that's on the meter is there's a built-in heat sensor. And so it will monitor the temperature of the meter. When it reaches a temperature of 176 degrees, the meter will automatically shut itself off. That 176 degrees was through careful study about the temperatures a meter would reach when a house fire was in close proximity to the meter. And so it's intended to shut off in the event of a house fire.
Is Mr. Kleiser correct that there are other manufacturers that would offer replacement meters that also have these two capabilities?
There are a couple of different manufacturers that we evaluated that provide those sorts of features. Again, one of the challenges of those is those providers are providing a proprietary communication system, which means that in order to be able to leverage on their product, you would have to replace your entire meter reading system.
Okay, let's, switch gears. I would like to talk about Europe. Do you have your testimony available?
I do.
And I apologize, I do not recall if this is your rebuttal or sir. It is on page 13, lines 5 to 7. You stated that ultrasonic meters have been widely used in Europe for the last 20 years. My first question is, does this include the gas sector?
Yes, specifically, there is, in England, they have tens of millions of ultrasonic meters that are part of an AMI system for their natural gas customers that they began deploying in the early 2000s.
You referenced that in your testimony?
I think I referenced Europe.
Okay. Do you know what percentage of the gas sector in Europe uses the ultrasonic meters?
I do not.
The meters, the ultrasonic meters, do you know what the manufacturer's suggested useful life is?
20 years.
I'd now like to look at your rebuttal testimony, Schedule JAR-R2. And I just now realized our initials. Okay. Non-OPC, Schedule JAR-R2, page 12 to 13, there's a schedule titled 2020 Project Timeline. Are you there? On the first line of the schedule titled Program, it has, quote, AMI strategy completed April 10th, close quote, and, quote, program management plan completed April 17th, close quote. Can you confirm if those documents, if the documents referenced in this timeline were prepared and completed?
Yes.
Could you please explain the company's AMI strategy for Spire, Missouri?
So again, I'll go back to the AMI strategy is what we call an iterative approach. We have iterations, right? And so what we do is define what we're going to do in the next 90 days. Now, we may have some forward-looking aspects of that strategy where we're looking, for instance, at network technologies, where we're gathering information. But the AMI strategy that's referenced in that bullet point is around the deployment of ultrasonic meters as our residential meter standard at Spire, Missouri, and all of our affiliates.
I want to make sure that I understand you, so I'm going to paraphrase and ask if I understand correctly. I'm understanding your answer to be that okay, except for technology and maybe longer term planning, the company is looking at the next immediate 90 days, and the quote program that's referenced in this writing is referring to the program of switching your everyday standard meter from this one to that one. And it happens to be a diaphragm to an ultrasonic.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything to the allegation or the thought that since this has a title and it's in these board minutes, that there is a more encompassing or larger global program?
Well, I think that the company recognizes that there is technology and capability out there that can improve the service we provide to our customers and improve the service we provide to our internal customers at Spire. And so when we think about an AMI strategy, we are looking at, it's a benefit-based program. And so we're looking at benefits that we can provide and how we can provide them. And in some cases, like in our current strategy, we're consolidating some of our software into a single platform to make ourselves more cost efficient in providing our meter reading services and our billing processes. So that's, all of those are things that are part of an AMI strategy. And we're looking at it and saying, what things can we do that are cost beneficial to the company and our customers, and we deploy them. We continue to study what options are out there. I strongly believe that there are benefits in an AMI program that I believe are very important to Missouri customers, but I have not yet reached the point where I can fully understand the equation of the cost and the benefits to be able to determine whether or not we should go forward with those. I will say unequivocally that transitioning to an ultrasonic meter right now with no further AMI technology is a tremendous benefit to our customers, and that's why we did it.
Remind me of the tremendous benefit. I thought that you had said the cost for the refurbished was around $220, give or take, and the cost for the new ultrasonic was around $220. Are we referring to the shutoffs?
So the benefits are the safety benefits, the accuracy. It is 20 times more accurate than a diaphragm meter. And it eliminates the very reason that drives the meter testing regulation that exists in our regulations today. That was all built because we knew diaphragm meters got inaccurate over time. An ultrasonic meter potentially eliminates the need for us to have that sort of regulation.
Would you still have to take the ultrasonic meters out of the ground according to the rule to test them?
Under the current rules, yes.
That seems a bit circular. Are we going to run into the same issue with ultrasonic meters being pulled out and then we have to rehab them because they aren't quite the same since we pulled them out?
No, I think we will be able to have conversations around that regulation, be able to demonstrate there is no reason to do with an ultrasonic meter what we're currently required to do with a diaphragm meter.
Okay, on the line titled, and I'm still talking about that paperwork, onto the project timeline paperwork. On the line titled technology, it has, quote, deliver AMI tools architecture document, end quote, by August 21st. Do you know if that task was completed?
Yes.
And if so, what does the AMI tools architecture document state?
I'm not in a position to know exactly what that document was talking about. But in general, that is a part of the project where we're attempting. So when we started this project in 2019 as a result of our affiliate study, we had different meter reading systems, software, and data repositories across each of our affiliates in the company. We were sustaining separate technology instances. What we did was we built an overall plan to consolidate and standardize on those software packages so that we could create the ability to leverage on improvements we could make everywhere, as well as reducing the overall cost of that software architecture footprint. And that's what that was really, that's what that line of the project is about, is standardizing and consolidating our software so we're simple, modern, and efficient.
I'm going to move on to meter replacement. Do you have your rebuttal testimony, page 16, available? I'm looking at lines 8 through 10. And I'm quoting, quote, "We plan to continue replacing diaphragm meters with ultrasonic meters when we are already at a customer premises for another purpose, such as a turn-on or an atmospheric corrosion inspection. What will be the factors used to determine if the meter in the scenario specified in your testimony will be replaced?"
So we have, a set of data that we maintain that takes the accuracy testing we do on certain types and kinds of meters, and it makes it available to our workload planning group. And it prioritizes and scores the most high priority meters for replacement. And when they look at the daily work for where customers have already scheduled us to be there and we would have the opportunity to replace a meter, we use that data to identify the opportunities that are the highest priority for our service technicians to replace the meter, right? So it's based on capacity. If I can replace 100, I want to pick the 100 that add the most benefit or need to be replaced most readily.
Again, I want to make sure I'm following. You're talking about data, so I am concluding that Spire is using a statistical analysis of some sort to then move forward out of these hundreds of thousands of meters, as opposed to going to your already scheduled customer premises engagement and then testing that meter. You're not testing that particular meter, you're doing a statistical analysis to determine that that one is in a group of ones that probably should be replaced.
That's correct.
Okay. When meters are replaced that are less than 10 years old, what is the basis for making the decision to replace those meters?
So that's a little bit of the confusion that I saw in the testimony. So we have meters that break or continue to have operational problems or fail to provide us reads. That is a normal course of business, unfortunately, for us. And historically, about 20% of the replacements we have done on meters have been because we had meters that were less than 10 years old that had an operational issue. So the number of meters that we replace less than 10 years old has gone up slightly, but that is again driven by targeting situations where we might have previously done a repair, we now replace them. And again, it's a prudence to our ratepayers' decision. But historically, we have always replaced a large number of meters that are less than 10 years old because they break. It's unfortunate, it's the nature of the mechanical meter.
I'd like to switch topics to current meters. Do you have Mr. Lubert's testimony available? I'm looking at page 2, lines 16 to 19. He states, quote, "The existing metering infrastructure consists of diaphragm meters paired with automated meter reading AMR devices. My question is, do the diaphragm meters in Spire West and East have AMR devices connected to them?"
So in Spire, Missouri West, a diaphragm meter would have to have what they call an network module attached to it to be able to provide electronic reads to the band. So all of the Spire, Missouri West have network modules. In Spire, Missouri East, we use a different technology, and they have AMRs that are attached to the meters that provide a radio frequency network read. In Spire, Missouri East, they provide that two-way network today that, as we have testified, is obsolete and needs to be replaced.
How are How are those meters read today?
So in Spire, Missouri West, there's a van that drives monthly billing routes and acquires the billing reads through a van that drives the entire service territory. In Spire, Missouri East, there's a fixed network that collects reads, and it provides a read. It knows when the billing cycle is due, and it'll provide a read to our billing system on the billing cycle.
Did you say fixed network?
That's correct.
Can you tell me what that means?
So there's a tower-based network that has routers on it that interrogate the, well, actually, they listen for reads from Spire, Missouri East meters.
In your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Riskey, you indicated that Spire has not installed any of the ultrasonic meters in Spire East, but have been installing these ultrasonic meters in Spire West. Who reads the meters in Spire West?
The meters are read by internal employees that drive a meter reading van daily.
How are, the van is reading the current diaphragm meters?
That's correct.
How are the current ultrasonic meters in West being read?
So the ultrasonic meters in West are currently operating the same way that the diaphragm meters are. So the van is still reading both the diaphragm meters and the ultrasonic meters.
Thank you, Caleb, for taking care of that. What are the different methods in use currently or within the test year period for reading meters? Is it just the van? Or has there been other methods within the test year?
So in the test year in Spire, Missouri West, we continue to provide or acquire meter reads through the van reading process. In the test period in Missouri East, we continue to receive reads from the fixed network.
Now let's switch to meter types. And I'm looking at your SIR rebuttal testimony, page 6, lines 2 to 4. You stated that Spire has over 100 unique combinations of meter and network modules in service in Missouri. How many types of diaphragm meters do you currently have?
I don't know the exact number. When I looked at it across Spire, I believe we had 38 different types and sizes of diaphragm meters in service across Spire.
You said 30?
38.
38.
And that's approximately, I don't remember, it was somewhere in that ballpark.
And moving to your rebuttal testimony, page 3, lines 1 to 2, you stated that in June 2020, Spire started installing Itron's Intellis meter, which is a 250 CFH gas meter. On page 7, lines 18 to 19 of the same testimony, you stated that Spire will start next year installing Itron Series 400 ultrasonic meters. Would you please explain the difference between the 250 CFH meter and the Series 400 meter?
Sure. So the 250 series meter has a capacity of 250 cubic feet an hour when metering at 7 inches of water column. The 400 class meter is simply a larger meter. It has a capacity of 400 cubic feet an hour when metering at 7 inches of water column pressure. So, just to explain that in a little more detail, 95% of our meters are residential 250 class meters. The 400 class starts to, it's larger residential customers, and also some of your smaller commercial type customers are served by that meter class. But it's a much, much smaller population of meters.
Okay, are there any differences in how those two are read or the AMI functionalities of those two?
No, they would be substantially the same.
And I believe my last topic will be Landis and Geyer?
Here,
Thank you.
yes.
Schedule JAR-AR-2, that's the non-OPC JAR schedule. To your SIR rebuttal, you included a letter from Landis and Gear. When did Spire receive this letter?
So, as background, Landis and Gear's contract with Spire, Missouri East, ends in April of 2025. We have had months of discussions with them around what the ending of that contract might look like, and if there are things that we would want to do to extend the contract, help us facilitate a change. We can't use their new technology, so we have to move to a different technology. And so those discussions culminated about 60 days ago with them sending this letter basically saying it was their intent to terminate the services with Spire at the end of that contract.
Please explain the services that Landis and Gear provide.
Yeah, so today, when we first entered into the agreement with Landis and Gear, they deployed the network modules to our meter population, installed the network, and they were responsible for maintaining the network and the devices in exchange for a read fee. And so the services they provide were in maintaining the devices and the network that receives the reads on Spire's behalf.
How will you read your meters after that contract expires?
So that is a ongoing project to look at how we're going to transition off of that network. What we have made the decision to do in the intervening time is to begin deploying the ultrasonic meters in Missouri East and reading those with a van until we can determine what our long-term strategy has to be, simply because we have to touch every meter and then we've got to begin.
And the Landis and Gear because their service stops in 2025, you won't have the meter reading capability. Is that because the Landis and Gear system is proprietary to them?
Yes, and the system is built on hardware and software that is obsolete and is troublesome to continue to keep operational. So their intent is to retire that entire system.
And that was part of your calculations in switching to the supersonic, ultrasonic?
Yes.
Thank you. Is Landis and Gear responsible for reading all AMR activated meters in the Spire E system?
Yes.
Will Landis and Gear continue to read the AMR meters until their contract expires as well?
Yes.
All right, last question for me, and I also would note that it's 10:43, about halfway between our start time and lunchtime, so we're probably looking at a break. I understand that our witness will have to come back, and we will then have a recross and redirect. On page 7, Mr. Riskey, of your SIR rebuttal testimony, you list the number of field activities performed in Spire East and Spire West since 2017. For the numbers in 2020, what percentage of the meters in your system does this represent for Spire East and for Spire West?
I want to be clear, I understand your question. I'm not sure what you mean by that. So there are field activities completed, can you repeat your question?
On page 7 of your SIR rebuttal testimony, you listed the number of field activities performed in Spire East and Spire West since 2017. For the numbers in 2020, what percentage of the meters in your system does this represent for East and West?
Yeah, so this would represent a tally of field activities completed on our entire population of meters in Spire East and Spire West. So it just looks at the type of field activity and categorizes it as to whether it was to get a read, to repair, to maintain, or exchange equipment across the entire population. So in Spire, Missouri West, that would represent approximately 525,000 meters. In Spire, Missouri East, it would represent approximately 700,000 meters.
Okay, council, I'm looking at the time, and I'm also looking at right in the middle of a witness questioning. I will take suggestions to either continue with this witness, we're going to be going back to recross and redirect, or take a break. I'm thinking until 11, that's 14 minutes, and then we come back with recross and redirect.
Sounds like a good plan, Your Honor.
Which one?
Take a break.
Let's take a break. So, we are in recess until 11 a.m. Thank you all.
That's not a lunch break.
No, not a lunch break. For everyone still listening on the WebEx and on the live stream, we are not taking a lunch break. This is a bio break, just for 15 minutes until 11 a.m. Then we'll come back and continue our witnesses.
Going pretty smooth today.
Yeah. I'm
Gosh,
shocked.
Oh, thanks, right.
Indeed.
Excuse me. Sorry, we had a tiny little water spill. We can handle this. Apologize for my still on there.
Yes, they are, but you're fine. It's only the world that's listening. Just a quick announcement, we are not yet back on the record, or back to the hearing. Just an announcement for those on WebEx, those in the hearing room, and those on the live stream. We will be starting in just a couple minutes.
I assume in this new environment, you've had a different way of marking exhibits. I don't do that now. You're like, oh. Because they're
Let's go back on the record. I'm just confirming where we are at. Again, we are in the Spire General Rate Case hearing. We are having a hybrid hearing. We have participants live here in the courtroom in room 310 and also on WebEx. And we also have viewers watching on the live stream on the internet. We have completed the bench questioning of Mr. Risky, Spire, and we will now go to recross and then redirect. We'll follow the same order. So staff, do you have any recross?
Just briefly, Judge. Mr. Risky, in response to several different questions from the bench, you provided information stating that Spire has done various data collection or looked at different information. Is this the type of information Spire would be willing to file with the commission going forward?
So much of the information we've already provided as part of data requests in this case. But I certainly think that we would be willing to have a dialogue around the data that we use to evaluate and make decisions about our meter equipment.
Do you think Spire would be open to the idea of a quarterly report that would be filed with this commission?
I would support the idea of having a quarterly report because I think one of the issues I see here is that we have not had enough dialogue around this matter, and I think it would be an improvement for us to have it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Now we turn to Mr. Kleiser.
Good afternoon again. First, I would like to just nail down, because I agree, there has been a lot of confusion here regarding exactly when Spire is replacing a diaphragm with an ultrasonic meter. So, let's give a hypothetical. The company goes to a residential customer's premise to turn on gas services. They're at the premise. Are they going to replace the meter?
It depends on the capacity we have available for our technicians on that day. So depending on the capacity, we will target instances where when we do a turn on, there's a meter we would like to replace.
So if you have the capacity, you're going to make the replacement, correct?
It depends again on the meter that's at the premise.
So what are you checking about that meter?
So we have the ability for our workload planning folks to look at the age of the meter, what meter populations it's a part of, and what historical testing standard has been a part of that meter. It provides a score as to the priority of replacing that meter.
So you're not just replacing the meter because it's 10 years old. You're relying on some historical analysis to say this falls in the population that needs to be replaced, correct?
Yes.
And you previously testified that the average service life you're seeing is, wrote them down, but I want to make sure you get these correct, 18.8 for the east and 22.1 for the west?
That's correct.
So is that at a high level, roughly, when you're going to be doing these replacements? They're going to be that old?
So, yes, that would be a good starting point. I think, we recognize we need to more aggressively replace our metering populations because there are a lot of underperforming populations. So I would expect that to continue to slightly trend downward, but that's where we're at historically.
Have you reviewed the testimony filed by John J. Spanos in this case?
I have not.
All right, that's a depreciation testimony that Spire has submitted for evidence in this case. So you have not reviewed his recommended average service life for diaphragm meters?
I have not.
You're not aware that he's recommending a 35-year life again in this case?
I am not.
Have you reviewed the testimony of Mr. John Robinette?
I have not.
So you're not aware that Mr. Robinette points out that Mr. Spanos has also recommended that same 35-year life on average over the past 4 cases?
I would tell you that I am an operational expert in metering technology, and I do not set or manage the way that we depreciate our assets.
But according to you, the average service life for diaphragm meters is substantially less than what Spire's other witness has claimed. And for reference, they're claiming 35 years.
In this case, yes, I became aware of that discrepancy.
How long would you say that average service life for meters has actually been in that 18 to 20 range?
I don't know.
Do you understand that if the meters are retired before the end of their average service life, there is an under-recovery of the asset from a rate-making perspective?
I'm not familiar with the details of the financial management of depreciation and assets.
Is it your position that Spire should be allowed to earn a profit on meters that are not in service?
I have no position on that.
Just to confirm, you have begun the replacement of diaphragm meters in the east, correct?
We began on June 29th.
I believe that your rebuttal testimony says something slightly different. That would have been an error, correct?
I don't know what you're referring to.
You've mentioned that there's been a lot of confusion with this issue. You would agree that there's been a lot of confusion with this issue?
Yes.
Do you believe that some of that confusion might have been resolved if more effort had been put at the forefront to explain Spire's position?
Objection calls for speculation.
Draw that. No further recross. Thank you.
Redirect?
Redirect is fine.
Just briefly, Your Honor, you covered a lot of it for me. Mr. Riskey, do you still have the ultrasonic meter up there with you?
I do.
You can hold that up so we can see it. What is that, what is the name of that device?
It's a Intellis gas meter.
Okay, what number is that one?
Excuse me?
Is that the 250 or?
Yeah, I'm sorry, okay. The size, yes, this is a 250 capacity ultrasonic meter.
Okay. I just want to be real clear about this one. Does that meter that you're holding there contain an automatic shut-off valve that is operated based on continuously monitoring gas flow?
Yes, it does.
Does that shut-off valve require any kind of a network to operate?
No, it does not.
Does that meter contain a temperature sensor?
Yes, it does.
Does that meter also contain a remote shut-off capability?
It does.
Is that in addition to the automatic shut-off capability?
It is.
Is that an additional customer safety benefit?
Yes, it is.
Did you hear Mr. Kleiser discuss in the opening the Merrimack Valley incident?
I did.
And I thought I understood you to say previously.
Outside the scope of redirect.
I'll rephrase it. What additional safety benefits are there in the 400 series meter that Judge Hatcher asked you about?
So in the 400 series meter, they add a pressure sensor on the inlet of the meter. That pressure sensor is also tied to the auto shutoff. So if this meter expects to get 7 inches of water column and it gets more than that, it will activate the auto shutoff and shut the meter off because of an increase in the inlet pressure to the meter. So it's yet a third feature tied to the auto shutoff.
What type of system operating conditions would trigger that?
So it would be a overpressure situation very similar to what might have happened at the Merrimack Valley incident.
Do you recall Mr. Kleiser asking you about other types of devices that could potentially be added to a diaphragm meter?
Yes, I do.
Did you investigate any of those types of devices for deployment at Spire?
Yes, we did.
What was your ultimate conclusion with respect to those?
So the devices that we considered for diaphragm meters were add-on devices that required the company to interrupt the service of the customer and attach a device very similar to replacing the meter itself and causing expenses very similar to replacing the meter itself. And that device had limited capabilities because all it could do was shut the gas off if there was a person present at the site to activate the remote shutoff.
Which device between that or the 250 delivers better customer benefits?
The safety features in the ultrasonic meter far exceed the capabilities that are in that sort of ancillary device.
There was a discussion with Judge Hatcher earlier about some of the commission's rules with respect to testing diaphragm meters. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you know whether there have been any conversations among the parties regarding amendments to the rules to reflect new technology?
It has been mentioned in passing, but there have not been any formal discussions about new technology in the construct of that rule.
Would you support a rules change to better reflect the new metering technology?
Absolutely.
Mr. Kleiser just asked you about confusion regarding this issue. I think you agree that there has been some.
Yes.
Do you recall participating in a meeting on November 23rd of 2020 with staff and OPC regarding the deployment of ultrasonic meters?
Yes, I do.
Did you give a presentation at that meeting?
Yes, I did.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Riskey, you are excused. Mr. Lubert. Okay, Mr. Lubert, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this hearing will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state and spell your last name for the record.
J. Lubert, L-U-E-B-B-E-R-T.
Stan, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Lubert, where are you employed and in what capacity?
I work for the Missouri Public Service Commission as an associate engineer.
And are you the same J. Lubert who prepared or caused to be prepared the rebuttal testimony that's been pre-marked as Staff Exhibit 115, both public and confidential versions, as well as the third rebuttal testimony that's been marked as Staff Exhibit 133?
Yes, I am.
Do you have anything in those testimonies you wish to correct?
No, I don't.
So is the information in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Judge, staff would offer Exhibits 115 and 133, both the public and confidential versions.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 115, public and confidential, or Exhibit 133, public and confidential?
No objection.
Hearing none, so admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge, and I tender Mr. Lubert for cross.
Thank you, and Mr. Kleiser, would you like to go first or second, since I gave Spire the choice last time?
I would prefer to go second. However, I'm going to just acknowledge that the traditional course has been to allow cross in the order of people that's closest to farthest aligned. I think I might be getting that backwards. So I will concede to go first, because I believe that is in tradition, unless Spire chooses to go first.
That's fine, John.
Good morning, Mr. Lubert. Good morning. I had to check. I wasn't sure if it was still morning or afternoon. In your rebuttal, you've made a recommendation regarding the disallowance for ultrasonic meters, correct?
Yes.
And your recommended disallowance is 26%, correct?
Correct.
And that's to account for the meters that were retired before 10 years, is that correct?
Yes.
When you made that recommendation, were you aware of, be careful here, at least Mr. Risky's position that diaphragm meters have an average service life of 18.8 or 22.1, I believe are the correct numbers for east and west respectively?
I was not.
Would that information change your recommendation at all?
I don't think it would change my recommendation.
Would you agree that it's possible to apply the logic that you applied in making that recommendation to those other numbers, though? Let me break that question down, because that might have been a bit confusing. Your recommendation was the idea that you were going to disallow everything that was retired before the 10-year period, right? Was that based off of the assumption that Spire was retiring meters at that 10-year period?
So part of my recommendation, or I guess part of the reasoning behind my recommendation is that Spire hasn't provided any justification for retiring those meters that didn't even need to be tested at that point.
So why not disallow the meters that were retired before what Mr. Risky considers to be the average service life?
I think an argument could be made to do that as well.
Why not disallow all the meters that are retired before what Spire is claiming in its position statement to be the meter's average service life?
I'm not sure.
According to your review of the information, Spire is discarding functional meters that pass the accuracy tests, correct?
That is my understanding that, I think, not sure if it was in his rebuttal testimony or if it was in a data request response, but Mr. Ricci implied that, additional reconditioning was required for those meters as well, and that, it was cost prohibitive to do so.
No further cross.
And Inspire?
Just a few questions, Mr. Luber. Do you recommend, disallowing the 26% of meters that were replaced before they were 10 years old, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if any of those meters that were replaced early were broken?
I'm not aware what percentage of those would have been considered broken.
But you would agree that it's possible that some of those meters would have needed to be replaced prior to 10 years?
Sure.
I think you stated earlier that you're an engineer.
Correct.
Are you in staff's engineering analysis department?
I am.
Do you know what staff's natural gas safety department's position is on ultrasonic meters?
I'm not aware.
You don't know if they support or not?
Judge, I object, asked and answered.
That's withdrawn. Would you agree that the safety features inherent in the ultrasonic meter are a customer benefit?
I think there are certainly some safety features that are, at least have been shown for the meters that have been chosen, that could benefit customers, yes.
No more questions.
Thank you. Now we switch to commissioner and bench questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Luber? Okay, hearing none, the bench does have a couple questions. Mr. Luber, in Mr. Riskey's, both of his testimonies, rebuttal and surrebuttal, he highlighted the increased accuracy of ultrasonic meters versus the diaphragm meters. And that's plus or minus, as I understand it, 0.1% versus plus or minus 2%. What would be the impact of this increased accuracy on the average customer bill?
I don't know.
In Mr. Riskey's testimony, he and I discussed the paperwork that was titled Program and quote, AMI Strategy completed April 10th and quote, Program Management Plan completed April 17th. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you receive any of those documents?
I believe I had it as the attachment to his testimony, but I don't know that I received that in any other.
Okay. What was your assessment on their completeness and thoroughness for assessment and implementation process for AMI? I'll repeat that. What was your assessment on the document's completeness and thoroughness for the assessment and implementation process for AMI?
Are you talking about that document specifically?
Yes.
Do you mind if I?
No, go ahead.
And do you recall if there was a rebuttal or a rebuttal?
In rebuttal, and it's schedule, non-OPC, schedule JAR-R2. and page 12 of 13.
And you're asking, what my opinion is on the completeness of this document as far as, decision-making? I wouldn't say that there's enough information here to, you know, to explain not only, I guess, what the ultimate plan is, but, justify it as far as a full AMI rollout.
Okay, and just, I want to make sure, I'm going to ask this follow-up question, just to make sure I've covered my bases. Did you receive any of the paperwork that is referenced by that paperwork?
Specifically, are you asking about the program management plan and, let me look through what's listed here, if you don't mind. I don't believe, specifically for the, program management plan, I don't believe I received that. And then looking down, I'm assuming you only care about the Missouri West and East, documents. And I don't recall seeing, a technology or vendor evaluation for Missouri East.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have. That tosses us back to re-cross-examination. Going in the order we just established, Mr. Kleiser.
Very briefly, you were just asked a question about the increased accuracy and what impact that would have on customer bills, and you responded you didn't know, correct?
Correct.
Would you expect that kind of information to be reviewed in a cost-benefit analysis study?
Yes, I would.
Did Spire complete any cost-benefit analysis study that you're aware of?
Spire did provide some very high-level cost-benefit analysis in response to data requests that we had sent. I pointed out in my testimony that a problem with that analysis that they provided was, one, that it was high level, but a lot of the numbers were hard-coded assumptions without support for those. And, you know, I would expect a more robust cost-benefit analysis if the goal was to replace more than just those meters that needed to be replaced otherwise.
Thank you. Sorry, no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Applington.
Just one. Did you receive information from the company in response to each of the data requests that you submitted?
I did.
No further questions.
Thank you, and redirect.
Yes, Judge, just briefly. Mr. Lubert, counsel for OPC asked you a question about the assessment of the completeness and thoroughness of documents, and you referenced getting documents that were hard-coded. What does hard-coded mean?
Just a number without a link to support it. So, you know, an assumption without, you know, a way to calculate what that number was or a reason for why that number is reasonable.
Thank you. Also, counsel for OPC asked you, why 10 years? Why didn't staff recommend 18 or 21 years? How did you develop your 10 years and your recommendation for the 26% discount allowance?
Right, so in Mr. Reese's rebuttal, he mentioned that I believe it was 74% of the meters had exceeded the 10-year requirement that would require them to be tested for the variance that Spire received. So my thought there was that for those meters that weren't 10 years old, they weren't required to be tested, and they had been replaced without really a justification for that replacement. I would expect that any replacement for a meter that's not even required to be tested would have a pretty thorough cost-benefit analysis for doing so, and I hadn't seen that.
And when you say required to be tested, is that a commission rule?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Lubert. You are excused.
Thank you.
Dr. Mark, come on up. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and state and spell your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Jeff Mark, that's Geoff, Mark, Marke.
Mr. Kleiser, your witness.
By whom are you, Dr. Mark, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
With the Missouri Office of Public Counsel, Chief Economist.
Did you prepare or cause to be prepared pre-filed testimony in this case, both direct rebuttal and surrebuttal?
Yes.
Do you have any changes you would like to make to either your direct rebuttal or surrebuttal testimony?
No.
If I asked you the same questions that were asked in those testimonies today, would your answers today be substantially the same or similar?
Yes.
I offer the direct rebuttal and surrebuttal of Dr. Jeff Mark, which has been pre-marked OBCs 206, 207, and 208.
Are there any objections to the admission of exhibits 206, 207, or 208 onto the hearing record?
No objection.
Thank you. They are so admitted. Go ahead.
I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Ms. Myers.
No cross, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Appleton?
Just a few questions. Good morning, Dr. Mark.
Good morning.
On page 5 of your surrebuttal, you suggest that Spire is misinterpreting the phrase testing in the regulations as retirement and replacement. Do you recall making that statement?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that the rule states that Spire must remove, inspect, and accuracy test a meter every 10 years.
Yes.
Okay. And did you hear Mr. Risky testify that that's what the company is doing?
I heard Mr. Risky say that he's using a statistical sample of meters to adhere to the rule that they received a waiver from.
Very good. Do you also recall Mr. Risky stating that after removing, inspecting, and testing a meter, Spire finds that it spends about $221 to return a refurbished meter to service?
That's what I heard.
Okay, but a new ultrasonic meter only costs $172, right?
That's what I heard.
Okay, so in your opinion, does it make sense for Spire to return a used meter to service when a replacement meter costs the same or less?
And I'm operating under the assumption that said meter is the one that needs to be refurbished.
Yes.
Can you repeat the numbers again, sir?
Sure, so you would agree that Mr. Risky says that it costs $221 to refurbish an old meter, right? And an ultrasonic meter costs $172, right?
Okay.
Okay. So if we agree on those facts, in your opinion, does it make sense for Spire to return a used refurbished meter to service when a replacement ultrasonic meter costs the same or less?
If I can only use those two numbers, yes.
Okay. On page 7 of your surrebuttal, you raised some concerns about potential costs of AMI network technology. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and to be clear, are there any AMI network costs at issue in this case?
No.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that the ultrasonic meter contains some built-in safety features that are not a part of Spire's conventional diaphragm metering technology in use today?
Yes.
Okay. And we've had a discussion about some standalone products you identify that could add a shut-off valve to an existing diaphragm meter.
Amongst others, standalone features.
Okay. Do you know whether Spire investigated any such devices?
Based off of my discovery, it does not appear so.
Did you hear Mr. Risky testify that he did investigate such devices?
This was the first I heard Mr. Risky saying this.
You don't have any information to dispute that, do you?
Again, I would point to my testimony, based off of my discovery, I could not adequately or competently say that the company did its due diligence to look at other costs associated with different vendors, different meter technology.
Okay, well, that's a good point. Of the devices, the standalone devices that, were discussed earlier in the presentation, do you know which ones of those are compatible with Spire's existing assets?
So my understanding is that your existing platform varies between Spire East, Spire West. Spire made a command decision to move forward with an Itron platform on the west side that was in part based off of decisions that they made with Spire Alabama, and that issue is still outstanding on Spire East.
Okay, so but my question is, of the various standalone safety devices that were shown earlier, do you know which are compatible with current Spire West assets and which are compatible with current Spire East assets?
Yes, I do not.
Do you know how much those devices cost to purchase and install?
The meters themselves?
The standalone devices.
I do not.
Do you know whether those devices continually sense flow rates, or do they just provide for automatic shut-off? Or, I'm sorry, do they just provide for remote shut-off capability?
I can't speak to that.
For example, the Elster device discussed on page 12 of your server metal testimony, it only provides for remote shut-off capability, right? I'll give you a minute.
That's what the snippet says.
It does not continuously sense flow rates, correct?
I can't speak to that.
But you would agree that the Itron 250 and 400 series do continually sense flow rates?
That is the feature of an ultrasonic meter.
Would you agree that by sensing flow rates continuously, those devices have the potential to prevent natural gas incidents?
That's what's been put forward.
Do you disagree with that?
I can't speak to that.
Okay. You're an economist.
I am.
Okay. Do you have a professional opinion on the value of a life?
I did.
What is that?
As an economist, I generally point to the idea of safety and valuing lives is obviously something that we're dealing with constantly from a policy perspective. We're dealing with it right now. I mean, case in point with what's going on in COVID. There's been an active decision to go ahead and move forward with certain economic activities. As an economist, I would never say that any cost matters. We wouldn't go ahead and just bankrupt a company. You know, there's a reason why we have a natural gas safety unit at the PSC and not an electric safety unit at the PSC, if you want to take that to the fullest extension. U.S. government generally looks at a life if they value regulatory decisions moving forward at between $2 million and $10 million. Whole life that you factor in. That's the standard that I would operate from.
Okay. So if we take your assumption of $2 million to $10 million per life, how many lives would need to be saved to justify Spire's investment in ultrasonic meters?
Right. So two things would need to be considered. One, I would need to see some historical record to determine what is the likelihood of a life being saved with this feature. To do that, what I did was I relied on PHMSA studies, as well as the discovery that I issued to the company.
Dr. Mark, would you tell me what PHMSA is?
Right. Pipeline Hazardous Safety.
Material Safety Administration.
There you go. What you find with the PHMSA studies is that most of the meter incidents that take place that result in fatalities, the vast majority of them are auto accidents. There's a car that's been driving and it hits a meter. And at that point, you know, even PHMSA acknowledges that whether or not the fatality was a result of the car crash or the subsequent, you know, fire that resulted of that is open for debate. But to get back to your question, sir, let's say $10 million. Let's stay on the high side. You know, I don't know if I can do like a back of the envelope calculation as to, you know, what costs would have to, what I would need to offset in terms of cost and benefits. Honestly, that's one of my problems with this case as an economist, is just finding the inputs to make that call. I can't look at it in a vacuum.
Okay. Just to be clear, the automatic safety features of the meter prevent incidents that are more than just meter related, right? They prevent incidents that are on customer side piping behind the meter.
I don't know. Can you give me an example?
Sure. So let's take copper theft.
Okay.
So let's say that there's a home, somebody breaks into it, steals the fuel runs, the natural gas fuel runs in the home for the value of the copper. Are you familiar with that circumstance?
I am.
Okay. And in that circumstance, there's an open fuel run behind the meter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that circumstance, the Itron and Telus meter would automatically shut off to prevent that flow, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So do you have any information about how many lives are lost on average as a result of behind the meter incidents?
I don't have any information on how many times and how many incidents your copper theft example happens. And that therein lies like the problem in terms of my analysis.
Okay. So as you sit here today, would you recommend approval of deployment of ultrasonic meters if they saved 2 lives?
I can't respond to that in an affirmative based off of the information in front of me.
How about not as an economist?
No.
All right, let me change to a different topic real quick. In your rebuttal on page 28, you cite to the company's response to GR-2121-0108 regarding the operation of the STL pipeline. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall that afterwards the company supplemented that DR to change its response?
I'm sorry. So I'm on page 28, and it's the STL pipeline where I'm going to read it. Is this STL pipeline currently in operation in light of the DC Circuit Court of Appeals ruling on the Spire STL pipeline? The response is no.
Correct. Yes, thank you for reading that.
Okay.
Do you recall that Spire later supplemented that DR to change its response?
Going to object on the grounds that if I remember correctly, that portion of Dr. Mark's testimony was related to propane assets, which is a part of the stipulation and not related to ultrasonic meters.
I agree, John. I'm just trying to clean up the record so no one's confused about whether the pipeline is still operational. We just made an error in the DR.
Clean record wins.
Okay.
Mr. Evans, I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Your understanding is that the pipeline remains operational currently, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's all.
Mr. Appleton, that's all for your,
That's all the questions I have.
thank you, sir. Okay, we're at 11:43. I intend to finish with Dr. Mark before lunch. I do not anticipate getting to Mr. Robinette before lunch. Dr. Mark will jump right in. I have the same 2 questions for you as I did for Mr. Luber. Mr. Risky, in his testimony, discussed the increased accuracy of the ultrasonic meter versus the diaphragm meter. And I again referenced the plus or minus 0.1% with the ultrasonic versus the plus or minus 2% with the diaphragm. Do you have an opinion on what would be the impact of this increased accuracy on the average customer bill?
Minimal. It's a difficult question to answer. We actually thought about this very question before we came down here this morning. So if we were to look back to historical gas costs, I mean, that's the thing. I would need empirical data. And gas historically has been a very volatile fuel. It's leveled off in the last 5-6 years. But gas usage is also going to vary considerably depending on the weather. So if you were to compare just therms used per company on a per year basis is going to vary considerably. The 2% accuracy, and I addressed this at length in my testimony, I think is a misleading number. GM5 in my rebuttal testimony references the discovery that I asked about it and asked for the empirical data to substantiate those numbers. Of note, what I would like to highlight is that Mr. Reski is utilizing pre-deployment, out-of-the-box meter data. So, ripping open the box, let's test it, it's good, versus historical assets that have been in the ground for decades. There is no comparison, there is no additional comparison as to, well, what's the out-of-the-box diaphragm? What's the out-of-the-box rotary? What's the out-of-the-box turbine? What is the out-of-the-box thermal mass? What about different vendors? What about Alclara, Honeywell? There is no emphasis on this. We've got a very narrow bit of information that's saying the accuracy benefits are profound. I would counter with anything brand new out of the box is going to show a better result. If you were to compare ultrasonic meters 20 years from now versus the ultrasonic meters out of the box, I would venture to say the ultrasonic meters out of the box should achieve marginal benefits in terms of accuracy.
If I can push that question just a bit further, am I to assume that you, and likely, I don't want to ask your opinion on the other witnesses, are you not discussing the possible increased accuracy with respect to a customer knowing their bill or getting a better or more accurate bill? Is the reason you're not focusing on that because with whatever inaccuracy, you're going to have pluses and minuses?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have one more question. Again, the same question I asked Mr. Lubert. I'll again ask it both awkward ways. In Mr. Riskey's rebuttal testimony, his schedule non-OPC JAR-R2, this is the 2020 project timeline, that question. Did you receive any of those documents? The one that is listed in Mr. Riskey's schedule that's titled Program, and it has the AMI strategy completed and the, quote, Program Management Plan completed. Did you receive that material? And two, did you receive the materials that material is talking about, i.e. the actual projects or, quote, programs?
Okay. As I understand it, it's a two-part question. To answer the first part, did I receive it? In part, and if I can, I'll explain that. As an economist, I look at the economic impact of decisions made in a market failure, and that's what we operate under here. There's no, in a competitive market, you've got competition, and that serves as a self-regulatory mechanism in place. So one of our jobs is to look at management efficiency. I went ahead, my methodology is as follows. I went ahead and first of all, in this case, we notified the company of concerns that we had about AMIs and meters a year in advance to this issue, and requested the company engage a dialogue with us, and that did not happen. My second issue in my methodology is to go ahead and do discovery. And this is where I ask a series of questions. I asked over 150 different discovery-related questions in this case. The third part is I do an independent verification myself. In this case, I reached out to manufacturers. I looked at empirical studies and experts in the field. And then I made my conclusion. To your question, that encompasses the second part. In my rebuttal under GM1, I asked this question. I asked to receive this information. In GM2, I included the document with highlighted sections to emphasize my skepticism of the company's claims. On GM2, I'll read just the highlights, so this won't be long. Under execution strategy, I read, complete implementation will be developed. Under organizational readiness, I read, prior to deployment and organizational readiness checklist will be performed. Under training, I read, a training plan will be created. Under customer communication, I read, a customer communication plan will be developed, and so on and so on. I did not receive any of these documents to support those plans, those strategies. This document here, this 3-page document, is the strategy for the $100 million plus investment the company is planning on making. To the second part, oh, I guess I answered the second part. Did I receive the materials?
What are you referring to when you say the $100 million investment?
It's a good question. What I mean is the 1.2 million customers that are going to have their current meters that they're paying a return on and of for, and will continue under the company's guidelines or proposal to pay a return on and of, as well as the marginal increase, the additional ultrasonic meter. If we say $176 times 1.2.
Okay, so you're giving me the numbers and an outlook as if this is a program, capital P, to replace all of the meters.
The federal government actually has many statutes that have been approved by it, dating from the Carter administration, the Reagan administration, the Clinton administration, the Obama administration, calling for any regulatory action that includes additional costs that exceed $100 million. There has to be some sort of cost-benefit analysis to justify it on its impact on customers. I don't see that here. We're talking about just Spire customers.
Okay, but you got to the 100 million.
I did.
By multiplication and believing that there is a program.
Based off of the company's response that this is their standard meter moving forward that they will deploy.
Okay. Does the federal government rules distinguish when you spend that 100 million? Because from what I was taking from Spire's testimony is giving it the best benefit of the doubt to your position. They are going to replace all of them, but it might take 20 or 30 years. Do the federal rules account for how long the spending is when you get to 100 million?
Yes.
Okay.
So 2 issues with that. One, and this has been hammered a lot, there's been a lot of inconsistency with the testimony, with the discovery, with the rollout process, the lack of information describing this. Even sitting here today, I don't have a clear idea how quickly they plan on doing this, at what cost. And that's the real question here. I don't know what cost. If you were to ask at a very central level, and I came up with 176 million just off the top of my head. I haven't heard any other number out there. There's been another number that's been posited out there is what the total cost of this expenditure would be relative to doing nothing, doing something else. As far as the federal government is concerned, it typically looks at it on, and again, this is across the United States, on an annual basis.
I'm following what you're saying. I want to distinguish though, there's 2 very different perspectives on what's going on. And just within the meter issue, there's got to be 3 or 4 different sub-issues.
Right.
Has OPC, in your knowledge, ever been involved with Spire's, let's call it the normal meter replacement program, small p? Just a normal everyday course. I believe what the Spire witness was explaining is they're just switching from that meter
to this meter, there is no AMI or AMR or any kind of anything else, but our regular, normal course of business, when a meter breaks or it needs to be replaced, we're not gonna use that one, we're gonna use this one. Has OPC ever opined on that in the past?
Not to my knowledge.
Is OPC's position arising only because of the view that this is a program, capital P, for smart meters and AMI and AMR?
It's a good question. So initially it was. Can I explain it?
Yeah, initially go. Sorry.
When I started my investigation, my methodology a year ago, that was our concern, is that the docket was labeled, in the GO docket for the DAO, the Depreciation Authority Order. It was labeled as a smart meter. In that case, we said, hold on a second here. We're not sure about the benefits of AMI. In fact, we haven't seen it anywhere, and we would like the company to engage us before they make that investment. We were operating under that premise when I first started Discovery. It turned out that that was not the case. My second level of concern then, or my methodology was, okay, we're replacing ultrasonic meters. Did we look at any other types of meters? Did we compare prices across boards? Did we compare, was there any analysis conducted? And the response was, no. We didn't perform a cost-benefit study. They're obsolete. As I think most people that go through, any formal education will sit there and won't just accept something at face value. There's at least one neuron that says, can I prove that? Can I support that? Can I substantiate that? That's where my discovery process came in the investigatory process. I apologize. That was me getting on the Honeywell sites. That was me contacting various, Clara, as providers to get a sense of, was the proper due diligence done? In my estimate, sitting here today, I do not believe it was.
In your opinion, would the company have also been required to do due diligence if they decided, now let's keep using the diaphragm?
I would have just expected some analysis to provide, just to show me some evidence where you looked at the cost and the benefits. How often are we talking about safety-related meter side issues over the past 20 years? Mr. Risky spoke a lot about, well, we did testing. None of the empirical, and Mr. Lupert's testimony, supported this too. It wasn't at the level that I see other utilities perform. It wasn't at a level that gives me confidence moving forward with supporting it.
The testing of what?
The hard code, the analysis, I should say, the actual analysis that was performed. In this case, it was a response to the staff DR. In my response, it was that there wasn't anything provided.
If there hadn't been a smart meter depreciation case, do you think OPC's position would have come out so strongly on the issue of meters and smart meters? Or is this a separate issue? Because the depreciation has been referenced in testimony as being advocated as the appropriate amount of depreciation to continue to be used for the smart meters.
Right.
Which certainly, I think, could lead to an issue of, there's a program. So I'm trying to see if that's intertwined at all.
It is intertwined. So the second part, obviously having a huge amount of capital P stranded investment out there is what gives us the heart palpitations. To the second point, and I can see this in my testimony itself, there could very well be a good argument for ultrasonic meters and the safety benefits there. The company just didn't perform it, didn't show it. They're asking me to take it at face value based off of no request for proposals, no additional bids, no.
Please tell me your criticisms then of taking at face value the testimony we heard today, that the costs are close, I think 172 to 220, somewhere in there, and adding in the heat shutoff
Right.
and the flow shutoff, both of which require no connectivity. Why can't I take those two facts on face value?
Great question. It's an apples to oranges comparison. You're asking, the company is comparing a brand new, out-of-the-box meter to a refurbished meter, okay? Why just that? Why not other brand new, out-of-the-box meters? Why not different bids? Why not just some sort of analysis to justify that? And then, and this is an important point because I really can't overlook the fact that what we're getting here are wildly different average lives, whether it's 10 years, 18 years, or 35 years. And, you know, just to underscore this, the 35-year Gantt-Fleming depreciation study is based off of the company's historical records.
Which is wrapped up with the depreciation issue, so I see it gets complicated quickly.
Right.
I'm going to stop there for my questions. Let's get back to recross, try and finish up before lunch. Recross for Dr. Mark. First we go to staff, Ms. Myers, Counselor.
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, and for Spire?
Just a few, Your Honor, I'll be very brief. Dr. Mark, did you attend the June 8th technical conference in this case with Mr. Rinsky regarding ultrasonic meters?
I was unable to attend that conference.
Okay. With respect to the written materials that you talked about wanting and not receiving, did you ever call Mr. Rinsky and ask him to send it to you?
No.
Okay. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that eventually all of the diaphragm meters in service currently at Spire will need to be replaced with something?
Yes.
Are you aware that Spire has already used Itron branded diaphragm meters in Missouri West for many years?
Yes.
I heard you talk about some federal regulations and different administrations, but is there a Missouri regulation that requires a cost-benefit analysis of regulatory decisions with a $100 million plus impact?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you. That brings us to redirect, Mr. Kleiser.
I'm going to work backwards. So starting with the recross of Spire, you were asked a question about attending a June conference. Did anybody from LPC attend that June conference?
Yes.
You were asked about the written materials you requested and whether or not you had requested those. How do you understand the responsibility of parties in a rate case to provide evidence?
That's incumbent upon the utility to answer the questions asked.
Did the company provide these written documents in their direct?
They did not.
Have they subsequently provided them?
I would say in piecemeal.
All right. Sorry. Oh. Don't know what's happening to me. I apologize. Apparently I'm breaking down. Moving on to the questions from the bench. You were asked a series of questions regarding the OPC's involvement in the replacement issue. Do you recall that?
I do.
I think you might have touched on this just to make sure. Were you aware of the depreciation reserve problem prior to Spire making its request?
No.
You were asked a series of questions regarding, the Big P program, is Spire gonna take 20 to 30 years? Do you recall that?
I did.
What is your understanding of Spire's position moving forward with regard to the replacement program?
My understanding, sitting here today, it sounds as though the company will replace meters on average between 18.1 and I think it was 22.1 years in service.
Did you hear Mr. Riskey testify that they might be accelerating that?
I did.
Does that affect your analysis?
It further supports my uncertainty in being able to go ahead and support ultrasonic meters. Let me just give you an example here. Mr. Ruski, I want to say in his rebuttal testimony, posits that one of the real big cost savings behind this from an operational standpoint is to replace the meter when we already have somebody that's present, driving in his truck. But now I hear, in today's opening that, well, we'll look at a statistical sample and feed that through, effectively a buffer, whether or not that makes sense, regardless of whether or not we're present. Those simple things, it's either one or the other.
Regardless of the intention, your understanding of Spire's program replacement strategy has changed over the course of this
Yes,
case, and I'd say probably this hearing.
yes, very much so.
All right. This relates to both questions from the bench as well as original cross questions from Spire. I'm going to hand you a copy of what was previously entered into evidence as OPC 219. You know what this is?
Yes, it is.
So let's start with the cross that we received, that you received from counsel from Spire. He asked, among other things, for example, about copper theft and high flow rate alarm. Do you recall that?
I did.
Actually, let me back up. The exhibit that I've handed you is a spec sheet for a diaphragm meter produced by Honeywell, correct?
That's correct.
Does this diaphragm meter have a high flow rate?
Yes,
Does it have temperature alarms?
yes,
Does it have almost all the safety benefits that Mr. Ruski points to with regard to ultrasonic meters?
it does.
Did Spire ever prepare a cost-benefit analysis to compare using this meter or a similar type of meter to this, to the ultrasonic meters?
There's no comparison to any meter.
When the judge was asking about some of the criticisms that you had regarding their case, is this what you're referring to, that lack of a cost-benefit analysis?
This is what I mean by inefficient management. And again, if this was a private sector, you couldn't just go ahead and start replacing fixed assets before the end of their useful life without some sort of empirical basis to substantiate that. Otherwise, you run the risk of going bankrupt.
Were you here when Mr. Ruski testified about this document?
Yes,
And he made reference to the fact that they wouldn't consider it because it would have other fixed costs associated with it.
yes.
Is there a concern that you see with the current ultrasonic meters and fixed costs?
Yes.
Please elaborate.
You need to look at the totality of this investment. There's three parts to this. I would posit that we're in part number 2, which is the meter itself. Part number 3 is the AMI investment that may or may not come to light. Part 1 was the platform that Mr. Ruski put forward, at least on Spire West side, which is Itron. All three of those parts need to be looked at in their totality and the cost. what ends up happening, absent some sort of analysis, just basic analysis, is path-dependent decisions that feed off of each other. In this case, what you've got is effectively a cheat code to increase your rate base off of each of these investments and make it larger. In this case, for example, it was Itron that they use the Itron platform on the west, and then Itron says, and this is an inherent risk, Itron says, well, we're not going to go ahead and use diaphragm meters now. Okay, now we're locked into, on the west side, the Itron platform, and that means we need to go ahead and use the Itron ultrasonic meters. So it just keeps building out. The difference from my vantage point, and again, what we're trying to do here as economic regulators and why this differs from England, Europe, that isn't cost-based regulation, it's performance-based regulation, is there is a perverse incentive for this company to build out rate base. This is a platform to do it.
You were asked by the judge what you were referring to when you talked about $100 million investment. Is that tying into what you're describing?
It is.
So your fear is that this will just continue? I mean, it's a construction company at this point. It just becomes, you're getting more and more, earnings based off of just building out stuff and building out stuff and building out stuff. And effectively, if you're a customer, again, let's not lose sight of the big picture here. I just want my monthly reading. Just want to know what my gas usage is at the end of the month. But now we're into this perverse position where I'm paying 1, 2, maybe 3 meters and all the ancillary services on top of that to provide me, again, monthly reading. This is how rates increase larger than they should. my only last question regarding that exhibit, is that a standalone device or is it a whole separate meter?
I read this as the entire meter, all of the products and features that are included within it.
And we don't know what the cost is for this meter.
That's correct.
And we don't know because, again, no cost-benefit analysis.
No cost-benefit analysis.
So tying that into the question you received from the judge regarding increased accuracy, is the financial impact of that increased accuracy something you would expect in a cost-benefit analysis?
Absolutely.
What was your initial response from the company when you asked for a cost-benefit analysis?
We did not perform one.
All right, you were asked some other questions by counsel for Spire. One related to the value of a life. Is valuing life something that other companies have to do on a regular basis?
Yes.
For example,
Car companies.
you said you had no inputs, right?
Right.
You were asked briefly by Spire regarding, AMI network costs and whether or not that was part of this case. Do you recall?
Yes.
Does Mr. Reedsky point to AMI benefits as part of his testimony for support of the meters?
Yes.
What is the problem with the AMI?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the last question?
What is your concern? I'm going to rephrase
Okay.
it. What is your concern regarding the AMI investment?
AMI investment, not ultrasonic.
Not ultrasonic, AMI.
Right. So my concern over the AMI investment is the same concern I have for electric utilities with AMI investment. And that is a very expensive feature that remains dormant or otherwise not utilized. And it's heightened on the gas side because the dominant feature for an electric company is the ability to use time of use rates. Not a feature that's applicable here for the natural gas company. So putting aside the issues on the electric side, I struggle to find a compelling argument for AMI investment. Simply put, we don't have, and we get a lot of calls from consumers. I have never gotten a call from a consumer that demanded that they want hourly interval natural gas data.
You were asked a question regarding the cost comparison between a replacement and a refurbishment.
That's correct.
Recall? Does the answer to your question change if one considers that one of those meters is already in rate base and the other isn't?
Yes.
How would that affect the answer?
I mean, overall impact on customers for one. It's a managerial, all right, can you please ask the question again?
How would the fact that one meter, the refurbished meter, is already in rates versus the new meter not being in rates affect your answer? Of course, if you don't know.
There are a lot of factors that would need to be considered. I mean, the short, simple answer here, you know, is an overall concern on rate impact of the large key, the stranded investment that's associated with this.
Are there other factors that need to be considered?
Absolutely. Including but not limited to safety, expected life, said meter moving forward, you know, empirical data, not out of the box data, but you know, if sitting here, if what I hear from Mr. Risky is effectively the company's not going to have any operating expense moving forward because the ultrasonic meters won't need to do anything. There is no data that's been provided to date that shows, well, how does an ultrasonic meter perform at 10 years, at 18 years? It's an apples to oranges comparison. Again, all of this, and it's not like ultrasonic meters are new technology. This has been around since the 70s. The company should have been able to perform or provide some sort of confidence in the capital decision that they were going to make.
So I think the last line of questions I have, the very first thing you were asked by company related to page 5 of your, I can't remember if it was rebuttal or surrebuttal, but the statement about misinterpreting testing. Do you recall that?
I do.
What was your understanding of Spire's replacement strategy with regard to the testing from the initial data responses you received?
That the company had to replace meters every 10 years per the commission rules.
At what point did you become aware of the variance the company had to see?
After rebuttal testimony?
Would you say it's fair that your understanding of the actual replacement strategy put in place here has been changed?
It's frustrating because the company has cited the 10-year and the commission rule, but this, again, they got a variance from the rule to prevent this very thing from happening. And then, and we heard Mr. Risky today says, we plan on accelerating that moving forward. So it runs counter to previous company managerial decisions. And ultimately, it just ends up, you have the stranded investment problem becomes more pronounced moving forward.
I believe that's all of my redirect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiser. Dr. Mark, you are excused. 1:30 is when we will come back. I see we are going to finish with Mr. Robinette after lunch. That will wrap up the ultrasonic meter recovery issue, that's issue 26. And then after Mr. Robinette, we will move on to corporate allocations and affiliated transactions, that is issue 19. And I see 3 witnesses there. My plan is to finish up that issue in its entirety today also. Come back at 1:30 after lunch. Any other announcements? I always get to the end. I don't know how to really drive it home. Thank you. 1:30, we're at recess.
You gotta give me some time. That's you.
Is anyone on here?
Yes, Commissioner, this is the judge. We are just getting ready to unmute and get started. I'll start making announcements.
The problem here is that the company has claimed a very great deal of the information relating to it is confidential.
I'm more worried about, are you going to be able to get out a paragraph or two, and then we have just a little bit of in-camera? Or is it truly, we gotta do the whole thing? That's gonna be the question with me.
I'm just a regular civil litigator.
Sorry, I didn't mean to walk away.
No, you're good, you're good. I got it. This is the judge. It is 1:29. We have not started yet. We are getting ready to start. Again, we are having a hybrid hearing, so this announcement is for those in the room, those on WebEx, and also we have viewership on our live stream. We will begin in just a moment.
Webinar tomorrow. Okay. Oh, here, casual.
Well, I expressed respect on disagreement with saying, honestly, just that'll help.
Yeah, that's fine. I expect you're gonna hand me a copy of my.
Right. If you could let me know. Making my way up.
Yes. Did you, like, you could do it like that by any chance from the previous one?
Oh, boy, I don't think I did.
One of these
They've got a request another client to list,
You can
I'm
take
like,
it.
I might be able to actually do from that agreement. And I was
One was,
in the room or.
Oh, I have what they were.
appreciation numbers.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, other things.
The east and west.
I know it's out
Then I'll just.
Yeah, we will totally
Yeah,
take
and then
break
one
all
was
down.
a picture,
Once we go up, it is an open room.
one was what, also the website.
Oh, yeah, that's the
Same
website.
deal.
That's okay, I can bring the
I
website.
have that. Yeah, I met him today.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
No, do you. I'm just letting you know.
The county schedules eventually.
I don't know how
Problems
things
with
are
spelling.
going. You never know, right?
Yes, I hear you.
At least traditionally.
Please spell and tell us, I didn't get a look at the machine.
John, I do appreciate you.
I think like it sounds.
No, I mean, I need to, alternative. And a copy to,
You know, I asked the US, I'm telling
I believe I might be able to get to the opening.
I think it's IS.
Without
I
going
thought
to
so,
camera.
I think.
Yeah.
Okay, and I will notify you what.
Intel is.
Excellent, thank you, sir.
Right.
I apologize for the, now you're good.
Okay, the time of recess having expired, let's go back on the record. And to bring everyone up to speed, again, we are having a hybrid WebEx and in-person hearing. This is the Spire General Rate Case hearing. The file number is GR-2021-0108. We were beginning the testimony of Mr. Robinette. Mr. Robinette, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please sit down. I'm sorry, I meant to tell you that you were already sworn in from yesterday. I made a note to myself and everything. You're sworn in twice. Thank you. Please state and spell your last name for the court reporter.
John A. Robinette, it's R-O-B-I-N-E-T-T.
And Mr. Kleiser.
My understanding is that his testimony having already been submitted and accepted, I may immediately tender him for cross. So I do, so tender him for cross.
Let's go to Ms. Myers.
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, and let's go to the company.
No questions from Spire, Your Honor.
Thank you, and I'll ask for our commissioners, and again, we have all 5 commissioners on the WebEx. If any are on a phone, it is *6 to unmute. But are there any commissioner questions? All right, hearing none. The bench also has no questions. Thank you, Mr. Robinette. You are excused.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, as we reshuffle here in the courtroom, we are moving on to issue 19. This is corporate allocations and affiliated transactions. Issue 19, our first witness will be Mr. Timothy Crick of Spire.
Mini openings?
Thank you, Mr. Kleiser. Mr. Crick, stay there, and you are already sworn in. We'll just cover that right now. Yes, we do want to do mini openings. I appreciate the reminder. Let us start off with Spire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dean Cooper, 4. Do we have the microphone on? Should it be on?
Yeah, that one stays on. It should be on all the time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Maybe. The Commission's affiliate transaction rule that applies to Spire, Missouri indicates in its purpose section that the rule is intended to prevent regulated utilities from subsidizing their non-regulated operations. In addressing this purpose, among other things, the rule calls for a Commission-approved CAM, or cost allocation manual. Spire, Missouri has a Commission-approved CAM. It was approved in GC 2011-0098. In fact, Spire, Missouri is one of a very few Missouri utilities, and perhaps the only one of the Missouri utilities that has a CAM approved by the Commission. The costs reflected in Spire, Missouri's filing are consistent with the Missouri Affiliate Transactions Rule and the company's Commission-approved CAM. Spire, Missouri customers are protected by the company's adherence to the methodologies reflected in that CAM. Currently, costs are transferred to a separate entity, Spire Services, for allocation to its affiliates to include Spire, Missouri. This is done in a similar way to how such allocations are performed at many Missouri utilities. Staff witness Majors explained that the use of service companies to obtain necessary corporate support services for multiple entities under a holding company structure is a common practice for utilities, and it is believed to be an economical approach for provision of these services. Spire, Missouri certainly agrees. Staff proposes no disallowances or adjustments based on Spire, Missouri's affiliate transactions or corporate allocations. Missouri customers benefit from the way Spire, Missouri's costs are shared by other affiliates, as providing corporate services to a number of affiliates on a centralized basis is inherently more cost-effective than having each affiliated or each regulated affiliate provide the services for themselves. If Spire, Missouri were a standalone utility, the expenses included in rates would increase. Moreover, even if an adjustment were entertained, the adjustment proposed by the OPC in this case, the reversal of approximately $84 million of shared costs, is not based on specific allegations of imprudence, but instead generally proposes to disallow 50% of costs incurred by Spire Missouri, and instead assign those costs to Spire Missouri's holding company, Spire Inc. The result of this would be shared service costs borne by Spire Missouri and the holding company in equal amounts. This does not pass the common sense test, given that Spire Missouri provides natural gas service to almost 1.2 million customers on a daily basis, while Spire Inc. conducts no regulated or unregulated business of its own. Ultimately, the process used by Spire is reasonable and provides for an equitable distribution of shared costs. There is no reasonable basis for the adjustment proposed by OPC, and specifically no basis for the $84 million reallocation of costs from Spire Missouri to Spire Inc. Spire will provide the testimony today of Mr. Timothy Crick, who is the Vice President, Controller, and Chief Accounting Officer for Spire Missouri. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Let's move to staff. Ms. Myers?
May I please the commission, and good afternoon. My name is Jamie Myers, and I'm here representing the staff of the Missouri Public Service Commission. First, it is important to note that when staff refers to corporate allocations in this case, staff is referring to the allocations of costs allocated to Spire Missouri and/or other Spire Missouri affiliates. Due to the nature of the corporate structure of Spire Inc., as counsel for Spire just briefly described, all transactions under what staff classifies as corporate allocations are allocations among affiliates and are therefore subject to the Commission's rules regarding affiliate transactions with gas utilities, which is contained in 20 CSR 4240-40.015. And as also noted by counsel for Spire, Spire also has a Commission-approved CAM. In the course of any rate case request, staff performs an audit of all the costs incurred by or allocated to the Missouri regulated utility. Staff then makes recommended adjustments to costs that are incurred or allocated. In the instance of Spire Missouri, and specifically in this case, staff reviewed all costs allocated to Spire Missouri and all costs incurred by Spire Missouri, and in some instances made adjustments that allocated a portion of those costs to other affiliates. One example of such an adjustment is noted on page 3 of staff witness Keith Majors' rebuttal testimony, in which Mr. Majors notes that through staff's recommended payroll annualization, a substantial portion of the salaries and wages of Spire Missouri employees were allocated to various Spire Inc. affiliates using a 3-factor allocator that uses an average of fixed assets, revenue, and wages. OPC's witness has stated in testimony that Spire Inc. and Spire Services are not being allocated their fair share of costs. OPC's remedy for this alleged unfairness is that a negative adjustment of $84 million, which is presented in rebuttal, or $64 million, which is presented in the rebuttal, is necessary to Spire Missouri's revenue requirements. Staff, however, has found no evidence in the course of its audit during this rate case that suggests that Spire Inc. or Spire Services Inc. have a material purpose separate and apart from the operations and lines of businesses of their regulated and non-regulated affiliates. As such, staff believes it would be inappropriate to require that Spire Inc. or Spire Services Inc. should be arbitrarily assigned and required to retain some level of corporate costs beyond the discrete adjustments staff has already recommended in the course of this adjustment. Staff witness Keith Majors has written rebuttal and rebuttal testimony on staff's recommendations regarding corporate allocations, also known in this instance as affiliate transactions, and is here today to answer any questions on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And now, Mr. Kleiser.
Well, I recognize it won't be on the live stream. I'm still going to put the PowerPoint up for the courtroom.
For those on WebEx, Mr. Kleiser has turned to his affiliate transactions opening PowerPoint. As we have found previously, our camera does not zoom, but he has brought that up on the TV in the courtroom, so everyone on WebEx, you can follow along.
All right, we have cleared the confidentiality issue. All right. So, if it would please the commission, John Kleiser, once again, on behalf of the Missouri Office of Public Counsel. So, we're here today to discuss affiliate transactions, and I want to throw this out here before I get any further. There's a little bit of a nomenclature issue, corporate allocations, affiliate transactions. I'm going to be referring to affiliate transactions. That's what we are interested in at the OPC, the affiliate transaction rule, making sure it's complied with. So, moving on, let's have a brief overview. There are two essential problems with this case, both of which are intertwined. The first is the actual violation of the affiliate transaction rule, and the second is the improper allocation methodologies. As I put forward in my general opening, I believe that the second one in many ways explains the first one, so that's why I say that they're intertwined. But it's helpful to kind of see them as separate issues. Before we get too deep into the weeds here, let's take a moment to just consider how affiliate transactions are supposed to work. So to do that, let's take a moment to look at a brief demonstration. Imagine you have a regulated gas utility and a subsidiary, a fellow subsidiary, unregulated appliance company, both under one parent company, right? So the regulated gas utility, of course, sells natural gas services. The unregulated appliance company, it sells, say, water heaters, something that runs on gas, but it's not part of the regulated gas business. If the regulated gas utility provides general overhead support, basically helps to run the unregulated appliance company, the unregulated appliance company has to provide cash payment back in order to meet the affiliate transaction rule. In particular, they have to provide cash payments that are the greater of either fair market value for the services provided or the fully distributed cost for the company to provide those services. If the company just provides general overhead support, though, and doesn't make any, doesn't receive any compensation, you have a subsidy. This is what's the violation of the rule. So let's apply the situation to the Spire model. At the top, you have Spire Inc. That's the parent company. Underneath it, I have three affiliates: Spire Missouri, Spire Services, and the other Spire affiliates. There are several, but right now they're just grouped together. So what happens here is that Spire Missouri is providing services to its parent company, Spire Inc. And it's charging the cost of those to Spire Services, which is then going to reallocate the cost back out to everyone. Now, I should point out that the allocation of cost arrow, there should be another one going to the other subsidiaries. I'm not saying they all go back to Spire Missouri. Honestly, couldn't put that on this slide without it becoming too, busy. But the situation here is that when you allocate the cost back to Spire Missouri, that it's charging to provide the services, those are canceling each other out. And what's left is just Spire Missouri providing services to Spire Inc. without compensation. And once again, we have a subsidy. So what is Spire Missouri actually subsidizing? Well, a lot of stuff. For example, it's subsidizing the regulatory and financial reporting that it generates on behalf of Spire Inc. This includes proxy statements to shareholders, tax returns, and the SEC required 10K. All of these documents are prepared by Spire Missouri employees on behalf of Spire Inc., yet Spire Inc. pays nothing for the generation of these documents. Spire Missouri also manages the overall corporate headquarters for the Spire enterprise, of which Spire Inc. makes use because it has people working there, and it lists it as the place of business for its filings, like on tax returns and with the Secretary of State. Again, Spire Inc. pays nothing for this. Personnel, which includes 8 outside directors on Spire Inc.'s board and 5 executive officers. Those executive officers are Spire Missouri employees. They work for Spire Inc. in the sense that they provide management services, managing Spire Inc., and Spire Inc. pays nothing. Spire Inc. pays nothing for its 8 outside directors, which is again charged to Spire Missouri. And business management functions, which range from cash management, auditing, strategic planning, and over 30 more pages in the affiliate transaction report. So there's a lot of stuff that Spire Missouri does for Spire Inc., or else pays for Spire Inc., of which Spire Inc. bears no cost whatsoever. And if you look at the overall amount of money that's charged through Spire Services to all the Spire entities, you see that Spire Missouri is picking up the bill for about 76% of that. Everybody else is getting 23%, while Spire Inc. is getting less than 1%. And that less than 1%, well, I won't go into the details on that. It's in the testimony of Mr. Schallenberg, and I want to make sure that we avoid confidentiality. So let's take a brief moment to look at the rule. And I know that there's a lot of text on this slide, but basically what I want people to focus on is this sub 2 to part A of 20 CSR 42040-40.15, which is the affiliate transaction rule. And what that basically says is that a utility cannot provide goods or services for less than the cost to make those goods or services or the fair market price. That's what I was saying before. A utility cannot provide goods and services to an affiliate without reasonable compensation, which is defined there. So again, it should be fairly obvious that you have a rule violation going on. Why? Because Spire Missouri is providing goods and services to Spire Inc., and Spire Inc. is paying nothing for those goods and services. You can pick any one of the examples I threw out. Preparation of a tax return for a consolidated business entity. Spire Inc. benefits from that. Does Spire Inc. pay for it? No. The SEC 10K, which is something that only Spire Inc. has to file. Who prepares it? Spire Missouri. Does Spire Inc. pay for it? No. Spire Inc. is not paying anything for the goods and services Spire Missouri produces for it, therefore is paying less than the fair market price or fully distributed cost, and therefore it is violating the plain language of the affiliate transaction rule. Now, one of the arguments that you're actually probably throwing out here is this idea that Spire Inc. is a holding company. It doesn't have any assets, it doesn't have any revenue, it doesn't do anything. First of all, just want to throw out there, the affiliate transaction rule does not distinguish between holding companies and other affiliates. It treats every affiliate the same. The second is that Spire Inc. was made for a specific purpose, and that was to support the non-regulated business endeavors of the Spire enterprise. And that's in Spire's own words, which is something that we'll get to, hopefully, in the course of this hearing today. So when you have the commission staff stand up and say, Spire Inc. has no separate business interests beyond Spire Missouri, that's not how Spire explained the situation to the commission when it first reorganized this way. That's an important point to understand. Spire's decision to separate out its parent company, Spire Inc., had benefits in that it allowed the company to pursue non-regulated business activities, and pursue they have. But it also came with risk. And following the affiliate transaction rules is one of those risks. I think this is a good point to have a short regulatory self-check, right? Again, simply ask yourself, what would a non-regulated, non-affiliated company do in the situation of Spire Missouri, who's providing services to another corporation? The answer is not provide those goods and services and then charge itself for the costs. It would provide the services and charge for them, just like every other competitive business does. Because Spire Missouri isn't doing this, because it's simply providing goods and services to Spire Inc. without charging Spire Inc. for those costs of those goods and services, Spire Missouri is clearly subsidizing the operation of Spire Inc. So let's take a moment to talk about how we actually got here. And this is where I pivot to that second issue I brought up, which is the allocation factors. The whole problem here comes down to the allocation factors used and the business model that Spire's employing. Basically, the allocation factors are designed in a manner to exclude Spire Inc. from receiving any costs, and instead charge almost all the costs back to Spire Missouri. And I want to make clear, this is not an accident. The system was purposely set up this way to ensure Spire Inc. never had to pay. And it persists in many respects, even if the commission agrees that Spire Inc. shouldn't have to pay, because you have the vast majority of costs being assigned back to Spire Missouri when it shouldn't otherwise be. I want to give an example of how this allocation factors work and the problems that I'm referring to. This first example is taken from my general opening, so some of you probably are going to remember it again. It starts by asking you to consider Spire Inc.'s president and CEO. Again, this position is filled by a Spire Missouri employee and not a Spire Inc. employee. 100% of her payroll is generally, on a usual basis, indirectly assigned using a three-factor formula. Now, you already heard staff explain the three-factor formula is going to look at revenue, fixed assets, and payroll. Spire Missouri claims Spire Inc. has no revenue, fixed asset, or payroll, and therefore charges none of the salary of the person managing the complete operation of Spire Inc. to Spire Inc. Let that sink in for a minute. You have a company who is not paying the salary of its own president and CEO. This is not equitable. This is the problem. I'm also just going to throw out there that the idea that Spire Inc. has no payroll, fixed assets, or revenue is wrong, and we'll get into that during the course of the hearing as well. But let's pivot and look at another example. This is 700 Market Street. This is the 6th floor of 700 Market Street. Now, I know you're looking at that saying, I can't make out anything there. That's fine. I'm going to circle these little offices. These offices that you see circled in yellow, these are the offices where Spire Inc.'s officers work. The red circle is the boardroom where we're pretty sure Spire Missouri's board meets. I say pretty sure because we only know that the board meets somewhere on the 6th floor, and that's the best boardroom I think I could find. We know that they meet somewhere on the 6th floor, though. So, what do we know about 700 Market Street? Well, again, we know the officers work there. Spire Inc. officers work there. We know that Spire Inc. lists 700 Market Street as an address on numerous legal filings. And we know that their board of directors meet there. And yet the company says that Spire Inc. incurs no benefits whatsoever from having its officers' address on legal forms or having its board meet there. And instead, again, assigns zero cost to the overall rental of 700 Market Street to Spire Inc. This is a slide from the general opening that you might recall, and it's my way of explaining exactly how the system works. Again, you're going to have almost all your workforce employed by the regulated utility. Then you use those employees to do work on behalf of everybody and bill their time, to a shared services pool of allocated costs. And then you take those costs and you allocate them back out to all the other subsidiaries using these three-factor formulas, which you say, well, Spire Inc. doesn't have any of those, and therefore give nothing to Spire Inc. Once again, we will show that Spire Inc. does actually meet the requirements of that three-factor test. But more to the point, the allocation factor setting out this three-factor test, the commission-approved allocation manual that sets out this three-factor test makes it very clear that at any point the three-factor test becomes unfair, unreasonable, or inequitable, it needs to stop and be readjusted to properly allocate costs. The fact that Spire Inc. is receiving nothing, and by plain definition is violating the rules, is more than sufficient to establish the need to use some other allocation methodology. And the problem here comes down in large part to the indirect allocation that Spire is performing. Spire is supposed to be directly allocating as much cost as possible, but they're not. Instead, almost all, and I mean almost all, of Spire's costs are indirectly assigned using these formulas instead of being directly assigned. This has created a problem because it's nearly impossible to fully correctly allocate costs or audit the system because everything is just being shunted into the shared services account and allocated back out using these factors. So, solutions. How do we fix this problem? First, again, what you're supposed to do, which is in the CAM, direct charge as much as possible instead of relying on general allocators. Then, whatever you can't directly charge, you indirectly charge based on the ratio of direct charges. Let me walk through exactly what I mean here, because it's a little bit confusing. So, direct charge. this is an individual salary, right? Individual A, she records the time she spent working on projects for each separate affiliate. Her salary is directly charged to each affiliate based on the percentage of time she spent working for said affiliate. And this is something that everybody who works in this building should probably be intimately familiar with. This is very similar to how the PSC operates when it assigns assessment costs among utilities, because it has its employees track, okay, which utility am I working on, or at least what flavor of utility, for lack of a better term, and then allocates out the assessment cost based on that tracking. The indirect charges are assigned, basically saying, okay, if affiliate A got assigned 25% of direct costs, you assign it 25% of the indirect costs. Indirect follows direct. But this only works if you follow that assign directly as much as possible maxim that's in the CAM. And it can't work here because, again, Spire is directly assigning virtually none of its costs. Spire Inc. should be directly assigned much more. So let's talk about, examples. What could you directly assign to Spire Inc.? Again, the cost of preparing those proxy statements, the 10K, the tax reform, those could be directly assigned. Rent for using 700 Market Street, the salary of its officers and outside directors, that's an obvious one. Auditing and financial services, have the people working at Spire, Missouri who are doing work for Spire Inc., auditing Spire Inc., write down Spire Inc. and allocate their salaries, or the portion thereof, directly to Spire Inc. This is going to resolve the affiliate transaction issue that the OPC is up here, barking about. So what is our adjustment? Again, there's been a little bit of confusion on this apparently. The OPC adjustment is to remove exactly half the cost assigned to Spire, Missouri to represent the amount by which Spire Inc. has been subsidized. Now, the dollar impact on the revenue requirement of this is about $65 million. And let me be clear, you heard $84 million earlier. That was an earlier version of Bob's testimony where he said, I know this is the amount, but I don't know how much of it is capitalized. Once you capitalize a portion of it, it drops down to 65. So that's what the change is. And if you want greater clarification, you're going to have to ask him because I will quickly run out of my depth on that point. But the great difficulty here, the reason that we've the reason that we've gone to using this mechanism is simply because of the massive amount of indirect cost allocation that has made it almost impossible to fully or functionally audit this company and determine exactly how much should be allocated to Spire Inc. I'm going to throw out there an alternative. If the commission's unwilling to just put $65 million down, and I can fully understand why, the alternative is to say, look, at a minimum, Spire Inc. should bear the cost of its own executive officers and its own board. And then you should have Spire, Missouri be reimbursed for the direct services it has provided to Spire Inc. That is a simpler solution. Well, actually, it's not simpler, but it is, it's an alternative. We'll just leave it at that. So, in conclusion, again, Spire, Missouri is subsidizing Spire Inc., and it's doing this, the provision of goods and services without charge. This is a direct violation of the affiliate transaction rule. The subsidization is occurring due to the manipulation of the allocation methods, which is because the company is claiming Spire Inc. has no fixed assets, revenue, or payroll. These allocation methodologies are wrong because they are purposely set up to exclude Spire Inc. and violate the rule. And I want to leave with this one last point. If you don't order any change, any correction, nothing is going to change. And the reason I bring this up is because in the last case, this commission ordered the CAM to be rewritten. 3 years, no new CAM. It's still waiting out there. And while I respect that we've all had to slow down because of COVID, I don't think you'll ever see a new CAM unless you give the company a monetary reason to want to write the new CAM. That's why I would propose, again, that the commission make the adjustment the OPC is requesting so that we can clear off this issue moving forward. As I've mentioned before, our witness on this issue is Mr. Bob Schellenberg. He's had, I believe, over 40 years working in this field, first for the PSC and then the OPC. He's an exceptional old hand at this and knows more about this than anybody else you could talk to. I encourage you to ask any questions you have of him, and with that, I will leave for questions.
Thank you. No questions. Let's jump into our first witness, Timothy Crick.
Sorry, I'll be away.
You're already sworn in, sir. You're already sworn in. We'll go ahead and jump right in, but please do remember you are sworn in. We do start with Spire, Mr. Cooper.
Judge, we would tender Mr. Crick for cross-examination.
That will move us to Counselor Myers.
No questions, Judge.
Thank you. And Mr. Kleiser.
Good afternoon, Mr. Crick.
Good afternoon, sir.
You have a copy of your solar bubble in front of you?
Yes, I do. Give me a moment here.
It's okay, I need a moment myself.
The photo. Okay. Sorry, there were a lot of documents in this, on this topic.
I understand. You would agree with me, sorry, you would agree with me that, oh, actually, turn to page 2. I'm not sure if I said that part.
No, you didn't. Okay.
You would agree with me that on page 2, lines 21 through 23, it says, the CAM provides for the three-step method. This method begins with the premise that to the maximum extent practical, all costs that can be specifically attributed to a business segment are direct charged.
That's correct, and I would,
We can leave it at that for a moment, because we're going to
stress
have
the
a lot
word
of cross to get
practical.
through. Okay, so good job. Your Honor, I would like to mark an exhibit. I believe this should be OPC exhibit 220. So,
I think somebody left the water up here. I didn't want to accidentally,
All right, 220 has been marked for submission and is being distributed now.
Sure it's not 221.
If I could ask counsel to all, let's check our exhibit sheets. I'm showing 219 as OPC's Honeywell ad sheet, and this would be 220.
that is what I said.
Anybody have different numbers? Anybody have 221? Okay. We'll mark it as 220.
And unfortunately, this has been marked confidential by the company, so unless the company changes that, I believe we will need to go in camera.
Mr. Crick and Spire Council, I'll give you all a few minutes to look this over. Hey, Matt, you want?
How many do you want?
Yeah, if you're running short on copies, always good. Thank you. Are you good with that?
Sorry?
I think I'm okay for you to ask questions on this, if you're gonna have the exhibit marked as confidential when it's entered in the record.
Okay. For the record, I'm gonna go down numbers in here.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, I have no problem with that.
The print is very small,
Matt, I have no problem with marking the exhibit confidential, and I will go slowly, and if I ask a question you believe is confidential, you can notify me. How does that sound?
I think that will work.
Okay, I am just going to announce for everyone listening and on the WebEx and in the room how we are going to proceed. I'm going to announce my understanding and look to council for corrections. At the end of questioning, Councilor Kleiser will move for the admission of Exhibit 220 as a confidential marked exhibit. And as far as the questions from Mr. Kleiser to Witness Crick, we will proceed slowly to make sure and allow for Spire to speak up if we get into any confidential areas. Is that a fair recitation?
I believe so.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Kleiser, you're a witness.
Mr. Crick, you would agree with me that the exhibit I have handed you is a data response provided to the OPC from Spire, signed by yourself, which includes the attached Excel file.
There are, to me, it looks like the annual CAM report we submit. There's various columns that are referenced to SDR, that, yes, it looks familiar. I believe I signed over 200 DRs for Mr. Schallenberg, but yes, to the best of my knowledge.
I will say that this was a large Excel file. We did our best to try and make it legible. We printed it on legal paper to that end. I apologize for the small font.
I can see it without my glasses on.
Very good. All right, so the question was asking, what is the test year ratio of Spire, Missouri shared cost direct charge versus allocated shared cost? Correct?
Correct.
And the response was to see the attached confidential file, which is the Excel file I previously mentioned, correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through this for a second. Starting with director and officer's insurance. Noting at the OPC GR-2021-0108, not Missouri column, which is the, how do I describe this?
Yeah, what this is meant to interpret is that's the total cost, and it's meant to all the other affiliates.
Right, what I'm trying to indicate here is you would agree with me that for the director and officer's insurance, 0% is directly assigned to not Missouri entities, 100% is indirectly assigned, correct?
Correct.
And as far as costs assigned to Spire, Missouri, again, 0% is directly assigned and 100% is indirectly assigned. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the same is true for corporate costs with the subheading director's fees, expenses, director's stock-based
Yes.
compensation.
Yes, sir.
And effectively the same is also true of the outside audit and the depreciation of furniture and fixtures. Again, 100% is indirectly assigned.
That's right. We're assigning based on factors approved in the commission approved cost allocation manual.
But
That's right.
from my point, 100% is indirectly assigned. That's the critical point I'm asking you about right now.
Yes, that's very clear by this schedule. Yes.
So for general and administrative expenses, you do see 20% being directly assigned to Spire, Missouri. None of the other affiliates receive direct allocation though. Is that correct?
Yeah, those, for this schedule, but again, this is a schedule just of Spire, Missouri, charges, so those other affiliates would have direct charges. that
I'm sorry,
may not
the
be
top of this
presented.
column, which you put together, was indicating what is directly and what is indirectly charged to not Missouri. Sorry, and by this column, I, again, it's difficult to refer to, I believe it would be columns N through P.
Yeah, okay.
And so according to this, again, 100% of costs are indirectly assigned for general and admin expenses to everyone but for Spire, Missouri.
As reported in this report, in line with the definitions of the CAM report that was created a
So
long time ago.
100%, I got a lot of cross to get through. I'm trying to keep this running fairly smoothly. So if you could stick to yes or no questions, I'd greatly appreciate it. Your council will have every opportunity to redirect you on these points. I'm just gonna walk through this.
Yes.
100% indirectly assigned. Property and liability insurance, again, 100% indirectly assigned across the board.
Yes.
For rent, it's 100% indirectly assigned across the board.
Yes.
Now, personnel costs, we actually do see some breakdown. We see that 31% has been directly assigned to Spire, Missouri,
That's correct.
but the other 69% was indirectly assigned.
Yes.
For the EDP system, again, we see Spire, Missouri was 100% indirectly assigned, right?
Yes.
And then if we go all the way down to the bottom at total, and I want the total direct versus indirect per CAM at the bottom, the amount indirectly assigned to Spire, Missouri was 80%. The amount directly assigned was 20%.
Yes.
All right. I would move for the admission of OPC 220.
Exhibit number 220, marked as confidential, has been offered. Are there any objections to its admission onto the hearing record? Hearing none, it is so admitted.
Can I ask you to turn to your rebuttal, page 9?
Okay, I believe I'm there. Yes, sorry, yes.
You would agree with me that on page 9, lines 14 through 16, you say, because of the nature of their role, neither Spire Inc. nor Spire Services make any use of the building at 700 Market Street.
Yes.
All right. I'd like to mark another exhibit, OPC 221.
Go ahead, so marked.
Going to be a little bit tricky. I'll explain later. So, printed this off big because, again, it's very difficult to see.
Okay, we've got a floor plan.
This is the floor plan. This is SDR.
Okay, I'm ready.
Mr. Crick, would you agree with me that this represents a floor plan that was provided to the OPC in response to a data request number 1059 of the sixth floor, 700 Martin Street?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. All right. If you can make it out, and I do apologize, we blew this up as much as possible to make sure it was legible.
I'm familiar with the floor, so I
Okay.
think I can answer your question.
You would agree with me that Suzanne Sitherwood is in the office in the far bottom left corner?
Yes.
And I believe Mr. Stephen, well, actually, do you know who Suzanne Sitherwood is?
Yes. She is the CFO of Spire. She's also the chairman of the board of Spire, Missouri.
Would you agree she's also the president and chief executive officer of Spire, Inc.?
She is of the Spire enterprise, yes.
Would you agree with me that Mr. Stephen P. Raish is in the top far right-hand corner?
Yes, but I think he'd like me to correct his last name. It's Rashi.
I assumed I probably mispronounced it. Would you agree with me that he's the executive vice president and chief financial officer of Spire, Inc.?
Yes, but I would more refer to him as the CFO of the Spire enterprise, not of the holding company. He also served on the board of Spire, Missouri.
Would you agree with me that, I believe Mark Darrell, and I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, is on this floor?
Yes.
And he is the senior vice president and chief legal and compliance officer for Spire, Inc.?
Yes.
And this name I know I will get wrong. Would you agree with me that Mr. Michael C.
Geiselhart.
Thank you, is on this floor as well?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that he's the senior vice president, chief strategy and corporate development officer
He is.
for Spire, Inc.?
Yes. Of the Spire enterprise. I'll clarify.
I would move to offer exhibit 221.
Any objection to the admittance of data request 1059 and the responding map marked as exhibit 221? Any objections? No objections, it is so admitted. Go ahead.
Do I need to refer to this for future questions?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
And can you remind me later to take a procedural matter with you regarding the best way to introduce that to the record? I have it as a PDF format electronically. I don't know if that'd be easier than the 6 pages I have taped together.
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay.
If you could email that to the judge, I'll take care of it, or you can email it to our exhibits@psc.mo.gov, and it'll go through that machination.
Thank you. Going ahead and ask for another exhibit to be marked. It should be OPC 222. Wait. Yes, 222.
Mr. Clouser, you're correct on the number. The sheet that you provided skips and goes to 223. I am going to mark it 222 to make sure that the record is correct and precise.
My apologies, Judge. I was making that very late at night. Crick, do you know what this is?
I'm not a lawyer, but it appears to be a registration for some compliance requirement related to the company.
This is the 2020 annual report for Spire Inc., filed with the Missouri Secretary of State.
Okay.
And direct your attention, and again, I want to first double check, under the entity name, it is Spire Inc. that we are referring to, correct?
It appears so, yes.
And the registered agent is one Ellen Theroff, and
Yes.
please correct me if I mispronounce the name. And it lists her address as 700 Market Street, 6th floor, St. Louis, Missouri, 63101, United States.
Yes.
And the principal place of business or corporate headquarters is that same address.
Yes.
And that same address spans the 6th floor, appears for the addresses for both the officers and board of directors on that front page, correct?
Yes.
If I turn to the second page and I look at the officers, I see that for every single officer, the business address is again listed at 700 Market Street, St. Louis, Missouri, 63101, correct?
Yes.
And the same of the board of directors, correct?
Yes, that appears to be the address to mail them something. That's correct.
And I note that on this sheet, it declares that Mark Darrell, Michael Geiselhart, and Stephen Rashi, I apologize again, are all listed as other officers, correct?
Yes.
And then on the third page, it identifies Suzanne Sitherwood as the president of Spire Inc., correct?
Yes.
I would offer OPC Exhibit 222, which is in fact marked 222, right?
The motion to admit Exhibit 222, the 2020 Annual Registration Report. Are there any objections? Hearing none, it is so admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Crick, can you turn to page 8 of your rebuttal, please?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that at page 8, lines 9 through 11, it says the CAM specifies these costs should be allocated based on a 3-factor formula, which is comprised of fixed assets, revenues, and direct payroll, of which the holding company has none, as it does not produce or consume goods or services?
Yes.
And just to be clear, the holding company in that phrase is referring to Spire Inc.
Yes.
And I would like to mark yet another exhibit, which should this time be OPC 223.
So Mark, go ahead.
Am I able to elaborate on my rebuttal response there?
I am assuming that your
Okay.
counsel will redirect.
All right.
So I'm pausing only because the item in question is the consolidated federal tax returns for Spire Inc., which is a very large document. I have constructed a very much smaller version of the small section that I actually want to cross on. Please advise how you would like me to proceed.
Do we have any negative opinions that we would not be able to take the much smaller section onto the record, assuming that there would be no objections?
I think, Your Honor, unless the witness refers to other sections in his answer, we can attempt to use the skinny version.
So, we are going to be marking Exhibit 223. I'm so sorry. I'm going to mark it as a skinny version. Let's proceed.
I apologize to the court. I was torn between wanting a complete record and wanting to save trees.
Mr. Kleiser and witness Crick, for the benefit of the commissioners and myself, and also the court reporter, as we go through the questions, would, we keep in mind that many of us are not accountants and refer to line numbers so we can find where you're talking about more quickly? Thank you.
Mr. Crick, as I said earlier, do you recognize that this is the consolidated federal tax return for Spire Inc., I apologize, filed for the tax year 2019?
It is consolidated for Spire Inc. and subsidiaries.
Fair enough. I'm going to use what I have termed the skinny version just to ease navigation. So if I turn to that first page, which is actually page 123 of the whole document, we see the Spire Inc. and subsidiaries column on the far right. That's after you take out eliminations for double counting adjustments, correct?
I'm not familiar with that adjustment. I don't think it's double counting.
Fair enough. Honestly, I'm going to move past that. That's not the real issue. Let's move to page 124.
What page?
The next page, which is 124 of the overall document.
Okay.
So this is the breakdown of the various entities within the Spire Inc. enterprise on an individual entity basis. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
And then we see for under Spire Inc., under line 1A,
For everyone on WebEx or listening on the stream, council is discussing some possible confidential information. We'll return to questioning in just a moment.
okay. I apologize, Judge, can we go in camera?
Before I grant your request, Mr. Kleiser, I would like to repeat the admonition that I have heard upon my employment here. The commission has very strong preference against going in camera, as that blocks the access of the public to the information. That said, I understand that we are talking about some company financials that may not be public information. Have you discussed with council any possibility of limiting your questions to either not mention a specific number or to keep this part of your questions at all possible in the public realm?
Okay. And with the exception, right, that's fine.
I would also entertain a,
I believe it is possible to get through this without going in camera.
okay, let's steam forward.
Again, Mr. Crick, under the column header for Spire Inc., at line 3, you would acknowledge that there is a positive number for gross profit, indicating the company's reported to the IRS that it has gross profit.
Page 124.
Yep.
Line, thank you, line 3.
I will acknowledge that in our tax return, knowing that GAAP accrual accounting and tax accounting are apples and oranges, I've heard the term used today. And I don't see all affiliates on there in the consolidated tax return. I believe there may be some other affiliates rolled up into that Spire Inc. number. the tax department reports to me, but, I am not familiar with each and every detail on every schedule.
Again, well, let me just roll through this. We're almost done. You would agree with me that at line 16 for rent, there's again a positive number, correct?
Yes, that means a deduction though.
I'm aware. I'm just asking that there's a positive number there.
Well, I feel like I need to clarify.
Again, your counsel will be able to redirect you. Let's
Mr.
just
Crick,
clear that.
let's,
Okay, yes, Judge.
thank you.
Yeah. At line 23, pensions, profit sharing, and et cetera, plan, again, positive number.
Yes,
24, employee benefit programs, again, positive number.
yes.
While they discuss, Mr. Crick, and also for our WebEx and live stream listeners, I apologize for the brusqueness, but the way that the system is set up is you'll be able to answer and expound on your answers under re-examination by your attorney.
Thank you, Judge.
I do
I
apologize.
apologize.
I just want to get things rolling as quickly as possible because I had a lot to go through.
No, you're good. You were taking a second to discuss, so I thought I would let all of our listeners know what was going on.
If you could turn to page, it's 139 in this skinny document. And again, I would just point out, under the breakdown for Spire Inc., there is a miscellaneous administrative and general expense, there's a positive number.
Yes.
You had mentioned earlier that you felt that there were some affiliates that weren't listed on this consolidated tax return. What affiliates would those be?
I know we have more companies than that. I do not see, Spire SPL pipeline, for example. I'd really need to inspect the entire document to answer that question.
Thank you. No further cross. Oh, wait, I would like to actually admit this exhibit, pardon me.
Okay, what has become known locally as the skinny. This is Exhibit 223. It is a portion of the consolidated tax return for Spire Inc. and various companies.
Subsidiaries.
Subsidiaries.
It's consolidated for all the, for Spire and its subsidiaries, yeah.
Does anyone have any objections to the admission of Exhibit 223?
Your Honor,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry. The exhibit should be marked as confidential in its entirety.
Any,
I have no objection to that.
And there are several cases that were not discussed during cross-examination, should those be excluded?
Would Spire prefer I go back and discuss them?
It's okay. We decided this is all gonna be marked confidential, it's fine.
Okay, the exhibit, is marked confidential, Exhibit 223. Are there any objections to the admission of that marked as confidential exhibit? Hearing none, it is admitted. Mr. Kleiser, go ahead.
Now I do end, cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we turn to questions from the bench. First, I'll ask for any commissioner questions. Okay, hearing none, the bench does have a couple questions. The first question I'm going to ask of all three witnesses. Yes, all three witnesses for this issue. So this is my question. Do you know if the commission has considered affiliate transactions between regulated affiliates differently from affiliate transactions between a regulated utility and a non-regulated affiliate?
I've noticed that language in the commission-approved CAM, and I don't fully understand that distinction. So this document was approved well before I was in this role, but I have seen that language in there. We treated them the same way as Spire.
Okay, thank you. I have other questions. Do you have a copy of your direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I am going to be looking at pages 3 to 4. In those pages, you describe the developments in Spire's CAM since Spire's last rate case. And Mr. Kleiser also referenced that, and for the record, that case number to rewrite the CAM is GW-2018-0367. And upon checking, it's my belief that there has not been a submission in EFIS since October 15th of 2018. Mr. Crick, my question is, has Spire submitted a rewritten cost allocation manual or update during the pendency of this rate case?
Not to the commission, but we have had several meetings with the commission staff and the OPC. In my opinion, we have made great progress with the commission staff, and we have come together on some changes that we believe will more modernize the CAM and clear up some of the, I guess, disputed areas because the CAM was written so many years ago. OPC has been party to those discussions too, and we've just been so far apart. And I feel like some of their changes, we can't accept. And I feel like they've come unprepared to several of those meetings, and the discussion just didn't lead to something that was a reasonable, proactive outcome.
Can you give us a status as to where in the process the Spire CAM is?
So we had a meeting with staff and OPC, I believe, several months ago. We gave our final edits, or our most recent edits again to the parties. We had a separate meeting with staff to see if we could jointly get something filed. But with the pendency of this case, it's dropped in the list of priorities, to be honest.
Has Spire received any waivers from the commission for its affiliate transactions?
I'm not sure how to answer that question. I'm unsure.
Do you not know if Spire has received any waivers?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. And I believe this is my last question. Are Spire NGL, Spire Storage West, and Spire STL Pipeline regulated by FERC?
Yes,
Is Spire Marketing regulated?
no,
Is Laclede Development Company?
no,
Laclede Insurance Risk Services?
it is regulated by the state of South Carolina,
Spire Oil Services?
not regulated,
Spire CNG Inc.?
not regulated.
Thank you. I counted that as one question, but that certainly was several.
I'm glad I was able to answer them.
The bench has no further questions. That triggers us to recross. Ms. Myers?
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Kaiser?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's start with the judge's last question. The judge listed several subsidiaries, I believe. Is that what those entities were?
Subsidiaries or affiliates?
Would those all be examples of subsidiaries or affiliates that are not listed on Exhibit 223?
Some of them, yes, appear not to be.
You were asked about the CAM effort, rewriting effort, I think GW 2018-0367. To your knowledge, is there any deadline identified in that docket for the
No.
filing of a CAM?
No.
Going back to Exhibit 223, which is the skinny version of the tax filing, I think you mentioned during cross-examination that there was a difference between GAAP and tax accounting. Would you like to provide any further explanation of that?
Yes, absolutely. GAAP follows generally accepted accounting principles, accrual accounting. Tax accounting generally follows more of a cash basis accounting, and you can only take deductions when that expense has been paid or incurred. Also, a big difference in tax accounting is accelerated depreciation for capital investments, where the government allows you to take accelerated depreciation on capital investments faster than you can for GAAP purposes. And the purpose of that is to encourage and stimulate investment because it defers future tax payments.
Would the uniform system of accounts be another way to look at financials as well? How would you describe the impact of USOA?
I'd say USOA is a commonly accepted method under GAAP for regulated utility companies, a format of reporting. But I'll add that there are differences between FERC and GAAP.
Do you have your rebuttal testimony there before you still?
Yes.
On page 8, you were referred to lines 9 through 11 of that testimony.
Yes.
And I think, well, first off, that answer goes further than just lines 9 through 11, correct?
Yes.
What's the rest of your answer?
I think the point I wanted to make there is that the commission-approved CAM specifies these are the factors we use. We're in compliance with that. And I'll admit, although the holding company is not receiving an allocation under those scenarios, we do strive to allocate all the costs that are benefiting the affiliates. And it's my belief that would the affiliate cease to exist or the subsidiary cease to exist, the holding company would not incur these expenses beyond any wind down of business. So you can't, these expenses would not exist if it were not for the affiliates. And that's why I feel like it's fair to allocate them out to the affiliates.
As a follow-up to that, there's been some mention of, regulatory and financial accounting, space for board meetings, directors, executive officer salaries, that sort of thing. If we go back to a time period prior to the formation of the Lead Group, which is the predecessor of Spire Inc., correct?
Correct.
I guess at that point in time, the only company was the operating company, correct?
Correct.
And would that operating company have had proxy statement to shareholders, tax returns, SEC filing requirements, all those things that we had mentioned?
Yes, I'll also add that Spire, Missouri holds its own debt and therefore is a separate registrant. So even within the formation of our 10K and 10Q forms, there is a lot of extra work and effort that goes into, and a different level of audit that goes into Spire, Missouri, because they are a separate registrant.
I guess my real question is that if the holding company were not there, would the operating company still have these sorts of activities that would have to participate?
The operating company would have those functions and those costs, and presumably not be sharing them with the scale that they are today with other affiliates.
Now, going back to your rebuttal testimony on page 9, lines 14 through 16, you were referred to an answer there, and you say, because of the nature of their role, neither Spire Inc. nor Spire Services make any use of the building. Why do you say that?
I say that because was given a chart of the 6th floor where many of our executives sit. The activities they perform are on behalf of all the affiliates. We don't have separate meetings just for Spire Inc. There is no separate group of people that talks about the activities of Spire Inc. We talk about the activities of Spire as an enterprise. And therefore, they're working on behalf of all affiliates.
Do you still have Exhibit 220 in front of you?
One was that.
That's the one that's perhaps the piece of the camera for. So you need the legal side.
Hold on, I got a file here. This one?
Correct.
Legal one? Okay.
Are there costs, this is a general statement of costs, that are assigned to Spire Inc., types of costs that would not show up on this CAM report?
Yes.
What would those be?
Whenever the company is engaged in some type of study or potential acquisition target, those expenses go directly to Spire Inc. They don't take a trip through Spire, Missouri. Spire, Missouri is not providing those services.
And another follow-up, I guess this is for everyone's edification, mine in particular. When we look at this report, this CAM report, are the numbers reflected here for Spire, Missouri necessarily what is included in the costs for which Spire, Missouri seeks recovery within this rate case?
It's a subset, just a subset of the costs we seek to recover. For the record, one of the things we've tried to do with with the CAM workshop is to all parties get together and come up with a report that we all feel is much more useful. This was developed before we added several companies, and we've tried to comply with the spirit of this report. We've actually proposed what I consider much more meaningful formats and information, but again, we just haven't been able to come to an agreement on that.
Let me try to get at it this way. Are there adjustments that the company makes when it files its case to exclude from its request any costs related to, for example, executive compensation?
Yes, absolutely. So that's a good question. When you look at, there's costs that we allocate. Let's take executive compensation for stock-based compensation, and a big part of our AAP program, which is cash bonus. Although we allocate those costs to affiliates, because on a segment basis, from an accounting perspective, we do want to push those costs down because we believe they benefit the segments and the affiliates. But in this case, and in the last case, there is a very large adjustment to the test year in Spire, Missouri, that we're not seeking recovery on those executive expenses. I think the number I looked at today, I can't remember, I think it was $9 million. So we are not seeking recovery of executive types of stock-based compensation and bonus to the tune of $9 million in this case that are allocated to Spire, Missouri.
It was pointed out to you, and I think this was a part of your surrebuttal testimony, that the three-step method begins with the premise that to the maximum extent practical, all costs that can be specifically attributed to a business segment are direct charge. Do you believe that that is done by Spire, Missouri?
Yeah, I feel like we strike the right balance, that we've identified different functions that provide services to many affiliates or provide services to many parts of the business. Take the purchasing department, for example. They're buying things that, may support capital, may not support capital, may support other affiliates. So rather than having a person that's buying things every day, try to track each and every 10 minutes of their day and what affiliate they're benefiting, or whether that's capital or overhead. We use these long-standing causal factors to allocate the cost in a fair and reasonable manner.
Judge, I'd like to mark an exhibit at this time, if I could. Judge, are we up to 47, 48, 47?
47 on my list. 47 is marked. Go ahead.
Mr. Crick, do you have exhibit 47, or what is it marked?
Yes.
47
Yes.
for you. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is a exhibit we commonly put in our quarterly presentation to investors and also other investor presentations.
There were indications, I guess, in part of your questioning, in regard to the percentage of, and in fact, in council's opening, about the percentage of costs borne by Spire Missouri versus Spire Inc. versus all other affiliates for Spire Missouri.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what part of the cross or redirect are we referencing? Sorry, what part of cross?
Yeah, let me get back to that, John. At an initial level, of course, your opening had identified a chart, or a pie chart, I guess, identifying that, that relationship. But I think the nature of the cross-examination also went to the allegation of how the costs from Spire Missouri were allocated to Spire Missouri, Spire Inc., and the appropriateness of those allocations.
Well, that's just referring to affiliate transactions in general. Under that theory, any cross I would have done would have qualified. And as to my opening, that's well beyond the scope of cross.
Judge, I do think that it provides context for the cross-examination that Mr. Crick underwent this afternoon. I mean, the items such as the employee numbers, customer numbers, rate base was alleged as a part of this conversation. So I think that this is important to the commission to understand the relative position of these affiliates.
And there's no actual reference to anything that was brought up in cross specifically.
Objection overruled.
Mr. Crick, across the top of that document, it's listed Alabama, Gulf, Mississippi, and Missouri. What do those refer to?
Those are the regulated utilities that we operate.
And Alabama and Gulf, are both of those located in the state of Alabama?
Yes.
And below that title, for example, customer numbers, what would be the customer numbers for those various affiliates?
Those are, as footnoted, the number, the 12-month average customer numbers ending September 30th, 2020.
And they range from 1,186,500 for Missouri on one end to 18,400 on the other end for Mississippi.
Yes, and I'll save you the time of doing the math. Missouri accounts for nearly 70% of the utility customers.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. And if I didn't do so, I guess I'd formally offer Exhibit 47.
Exhibit 47 from Spire has been marked. This is page 17 of the Spire second quarter fiscal 2021 update. Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 47?
For procedural purposes, I'll stand on my prior objection.
I appreciate that. I'm going to continue to overrule that. We have gotten into what else is being allocated, and this exhibit and that testimony, while not initially seeming to point to that, did conclude there. Okay, that is it for our witness. Mr. Cooper, please confirm you were done.
I am finished. I can hear.
Did you admit the exhibit?
And the exhibit is admitted onto the hearing record. Mr. Crick, you are excused. If we can have Keith Majors for staff, please come down.
Please raise your right hand, Mr. Crick. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and state and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Keith Majors, K-E-I-T.
For the record, you called him Mr. Chris. That's Keith Majors.
Oh, just now?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Mr.
That's fine.
Majors.
Keith Majors, last name M-A-J-O-R-S.
All right. Briefly, Mr. Majors, where are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Missouri Public Service Commission as a senior regulatory auditor.
And are you the same Keith Majors who prepared the rebuttal testimony that's been pre-marked staff exhibit 117? And the rebuttal testimony that's been pre-marked staff exhibit 135?
I am.
Do you have anything you wish to correct in any of that testimony?
I do not.
Is the information in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
At this time, Judge, I would offer exhibits 117 and 135.
Exhibits 117 and 135, which are the rebuttal and surrebuttal of Keith Majors, have been offered as evidence in the hearing record. Are there any objections to their admission? No objections. They are so admitted.
All right, thank you. And I tender Mr. Majors for cross-examination.
Thank you, and I believe we're going now to Mr. Kleiser.
Good evening, Mr. Majors.
Good evening.
Do you have a copy of your survey bottle in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to page 9 for me?
I'm there.
Would you agree with me that lines 9 through 12, it reads, "It is difficult to comprehend why Mr. Schellenberg would have this commission believe similar corporate structures formed by 3 largest utilities operating in Missouri, Evergy, Inc., Ameren, Missouri, and Spire, Missouri, would be something the commission would prohibit."
That is what is written in, my testimony.
The basis of this testimony, therefore, that you are comparing Spire, Inc. to Evergy, Inc. and Ameren, Missouri, the basis to support your position?
In part.
Have you reviewed how the shared service model for Evergy, Inc. and for Ameren, Missouri operate?
I am familiar, generally with both of those entities. I have, worked on both, entities' audits in prior rate cases.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark another exhibit.
Okay, go ahead. We're at 224.
This would be FERC Financial Report, form number 60 for Ameren Services Company. And I will offer again that I have a complete version and then the thinner versions because it's a large document again. This is marked as non-confidential on its face according to FERC.
I'm sorry, I'm just misdirected because it was Ameren.
That's what I said.
But let's go ahead.
Okay.
With the skinny version under consideration, I have not asked for admission yet.
Oh, right, let's do the thick version.
And John, if you could provide the thick version.
I'm going to hand you a full copy as well as a small copy. So you can navigate easily. Look at here, pass it out here.
While these are getting passed around, this might be a good opportunity to point out that it's 10 after 3. I do intend to take a break very shortly. I apologize. We might be interrupting the testimony of Mr. Majors and then coming back to it. But I am looking at a break very, very shortly.
Majors, can you identify this document?
Sorry, the large version or the,
The large version.
okay. This is, the title of this document is FERC, F-E-R-C, Financial Report, FERC Form Number 60, Annual Report of Centralized Service Companies. The year of the report is December 31st, 2020, and the name of the company is Ameren Services Company.
And if you were to turn to Schedule 17, Analysis of Billing Associate Companies, Account 457, which is the only other page on the skinny version.
I am at that page.
You would agree with me that according to this form, Ameren Corporation is direct charge costs in excess of $10 million
That is what is listed on this form.
and is indirectly charged costs in excess of $1 million?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me this information is accurate, that Ameren, Missouri is direct charging and indirect charging a far more substantial amount of money than Spire Inc.?
As compared to what time frame?
This test year.
Could you point me to a number you're supposed?
How much has Spire Inc. been directly charged? Or how much cost been directly charged to Spire Inc. during this test year?
Are you asking the information from the, CAM filing?
Sure.
I believe it's approximately $339,000.
Would you agree with me that the $10 million that's directly charged is substantially larger than that $300,000?
If those were comparable numbers, it would be higher.
Would you agree with me that there has been no cost indirectly charged to Spire Inc. during the test year, or rather, in the most recent CAM filing? Let's stick with that.
Other than the $339,000,
Was that directly charged or indirectly charged?
I believe those were direct charges.
There were no costs indirectly charged to Spire Inc.
That was listed on the CAM filing. Right, that's correct.
Would you agree with me that the $1 million being indirectly charged to Ameren Corporation is larger than the $0 charged to indirectly charged to Spire Inc.?
I would agree with that statement.
Do you know whether Ameren Service Company has employees?
Yes.
All right, I would move to admit Exhibit 224.
This is confidential.
On its face, it says the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission does not consider this report to be confidential in nature, of a confidential nature.
Okay, Exhibit 224, not marked as confidential, has been offered into the hearing record. And for the record, being offered is the skinny version, which is 2 pages in length.
I would offer the full if the commission so desires, but I'm operating on the prior precedent.
Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 224?
No objections to entering the skinny version, if that's what we're admitting.
That's my understanding, Mr. Kleiser. Yes, only the skinny.
No objections, thank you.
I don't believe it's probative of anything, but we'll waive objection.
So admitted.
We're going right on to mark another exhibit, 225.
If I can interrupt, would you be more comfortable trying to finish, hopefully in the next 5 to 10 minutes? Or would you rather I call a break now and we'll come back at 3:30?
I am not going to finish in 5 to 10 minutes. I know
Okay.
that much.
We will take a recess until 3:30. Mr. Kleiser, I appreciate your patience. Mr. Majors, I appreciate your patience. While I'm thanking people, I'd also like to thank the IT staff. We have had many, issues with this hearing, and they have come through, making sure that our live stream is, still producing and our WebEx is, making sure to communicate for all of us. Thank you all. We will return at 3:30. We are in recess. let's come back into session, and we'll pick up with cross-examination by Mr. Kleiser of the Office of the Public Counsel, and he will be questioning Mr. Majors testifying for staff. The issue we are on is corporate allocations and affiliate transactions. This is issue 19. And Keith Majors is testifying. Mr. Kleiser, the witness is yours.
Once again, I had moved to mark another exhibit and leave them up to OBC 225.
So marked, go ahead.
Full copy. 225. 225, John, that's the judge. Mr. Majors, I'm going to attempt to short circuit this, make it a little easier. Can you agree with me that this is essentially the same form that we just reviewed for Ameren, Missouri, but for Evergy Services, Inc., and not Ameren, Missouri, apologies, Ameren Services?
Yes, it is.
If I turn to page 204.1, which is the only other page in the short version that I handed you, you would agree with me that under Note 1, Summary of Significant Accounting Policies, Organization, it reads, Evergy Services, Inc. is a wholly owned subsidiary of Evergy, Inc., a public utility holding company subject to the regulations of Public Holding Companies Act of 2005. Evergy Services, Inc. did not provide services to Evergy, Inc. or its subsidiaries during 2020.
Yes, that's what it says.
I would go ahead and offer OPC Exhibits 205 into evidence. 225.
I have not heard a request for confidentiality, and I would note again, with this one, it also seems to be a public report. Are there any requests to mark it as confidential? Hearing none, then we will ask for admission of Exhibit 225 onto the hearing record. Any objection? Hearing none, so admitted.
All right. Mr. Majors, can you turn to page 6 of your rebuttal, please?
I'm there.
On page 6, at roughly lines 3 through 23, I'm going to paraphrase here, you address the idea that Spire Inc., Spire Services do not have a material corporate purpose separate and apart from their regulated and non-regulated utilities, and you draw a comparison to Aquila Inc., correct?
Yes.
You say, for example, a good example of corporate structure and functions that has separate purpose and focus from regulated utility operations was that of Aquila Inc. at line 14 through 15.
Yes.
At line 20, again, jumping to the words Aquila Inc.'s primary focus was clearly no longer Missouri regulated utility operations, and staff recommended Missouri customer rates be calculated assuming substantial retention of costs at the parent level to reflect corporate activities not premised upon or required by Missouri utility operations.
That is what is written in this testimony.
Have you had a chance to review the verified application filed by Spire in the creation of Spire Inc., or rather the restructuring of Spire
have read that. It's been quite some time, but I have read that.
Fair enough. Going to ask for yet another exhibit, 226.
So, Mark, go ahead.
Going to give you just a moment to review that.
Would you like me to read it to myself in its entirety or review it for substantial completeness?
I guess more of the latter if you want. This is just a verified application.
It appears to be complete.
Again, this is the verified, you would agree with me that this is a verified application of GM, is filed in GM 2021-0342.
Yes?
This was the case wherein Laclede Gas Company was restructuring to move Laclede Group, Inc. and make it a parent. So fair assessment.
Yes.
And just so that we have everything clear, Laclede Gas Company was the predecessor to Spire, Missouri.
Yes.
And the Laclede Group, Inc. was the predecessor to Spire, Inc.
Yes.
Can you turn to page 5?
I'm there?
Would you agree with me that under reasons for proposed restructuring, it states at line or paragraph 13, the primary purpose of the proposed restructuring is to establish an optimal corporate structure that will permit Laclede to more effectively pursue both its regulated utility obligations as well as the unregulated business opportunities afforded by increased competition in the energy industry and other developments.
That's what is written in this document.
And in paragraph 14, by creating a corporate structure that more clearly provides for separation of traditional utility functions from unregulated business activities going forward, the proposed restructuring will reinforce the financial strength of the regulated utilities by ensuring that the business risk of the unregulated operations of the Laclede Group, Inc. and its subsidiaries will not be transferred to Laclede Gas Company's utility operations. Indeed, as part of the proposed restructuring, Laclede Gas Company will obtain additional legal protection from the liabilities of unregulated subsidiaries of the Laclede Group, Inc., and similarly, the Laclede Group's Inc. unregulated subsidiaries will obtain additional legal protection from the liabilities of each other unregulated subsidiary and from the liabilities of the Laclede Gas Company. A structure which provides future separation between regulated and unregulated activities will also serve to ally further, and any concern by the Commission that the assets and operations of the regulated distribution company not be used to subsidize the operation of any unregulated business. At the same time, customers of the regulated utility will continue to receive the same reliable, high-quality service that they've enjoyed in the past. Would you agree with that?
That was an accurate and well-read recitation of what is written here.
Thank you. I do my best not to ask the witnesses to read things themselves. And again, at paragraph 15, such separation will also benefit the Laclede Group's Inc.'s unregulated subsidiaries by providing them with additional financial and operational flexibility to pursue unregulated business opportunities, to develop new products and services, and to meet new competitors in the energy-related field on equal regulatory terms. The new structure will allow the use of financing techniques that are more suited to the particular requirements, characteristics, and risks of the Laclede Group, Inc.'s unregulated business, separate from the creditworthiness of Laclede Gas Company.
That was accurately read.
I would either offer Exhibit 226 or ask the Commission take administrative notice of this file, which was pulled from its EBIS records for case GM 2001-342.
Exhibit 226 has been offered into evidence. Are there any objections to making that part of the hearing record?
No.
No objections, it is so admitted.
Go ahead and mark another exhibit, 227.
So marked, go ahead.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Majors, that in determining what the focus of a business is, it would be helpful to know what the strategic long-term plans, corporate plans, business plans, and/or marketing plans of that business are?
It would. That's why I asked for them in this data request.
So on that note, this is the data request that you sent to Spire, requesting, among other things, copies of Spire Inc.'s strategic long-term plans, corporate plans, business plans, and marketing plans.
Yes, this is one of our many standard data requests that we submit in a rate case.
Did you receive an actual copy of the strategic long-term plan, corporate plan, business plan, or marketing plan, other than the blurb that's included in the response?
I do not recall one specific, but if there was a response, I reviewed those responses. But I don't recall anything. There's nothing listed in this document. Mr. Solinger was particularly good about listing if there were attached documents, so if there's not one listed, there's likely not one attached.
Go ahead and offer 227.
Exhibit 227, which is data request 0027, and its response has been offered into the hearing record as evidence. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, it is so admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Majors, can you turn to page 3 of your rebuttal testimony?
I am at page 3.
Would you agree with me that lines 26 to 28, it reads, through staff payroll annualization, a substantial portion of the salaries and wages of Spire, Missouri employees are allocated to various Spire Inc. affiliates using the three-factor allocator?
Yes.
There's further a footnote there at the end that says the three-factor allocator used an average of fixed assets, revenue, and wages. These are separate allocators for corporate-wide utility. There are separate allocators for corporate-wide, utility only, and Missouri only.
Yes.
Is that three-factor allocator taken from Spire's commission-approved cost allocation manual?
It would have been from data request 34, I'm thinking. I have the actual number here. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
Half of 34 is 17, staff data request 17. They were prepared by Matthew Young.
Does it indicate whether or not those three factors are taken from Spire's commission-approved cost allocation manual?
If they weren't taken directly from the cost allocation manual, they would be substantially similar, if not the exact same.
Yet another exhibit I would like to mark, Your Honor. 228, I believe.
So Mark, go ahead.
Now, admittedly, due to the nature of the way this is uploaded into EFIS, it can be a little bit difficult to discern from face value. But can you identify what this is?
Yes, this is, it's not dated, but it's I've read the latest, greatest issue. It's the, Spire Inc. CAM cost allocation manual. I'm not sure what date or version this is, but this appears to be substantially similar to the one copy I have.
For the record, it is the filing made into EFIS number BAFT 2015-0326.
And I would like to make sure, for the record, Mr. Majors, I heard you say Spire Inc.
I'm sorry, it would be filed under Spire, Missouri.
Thank you, sir.
And also further, cost allocation manual is colloquially referred to as a CAM, correct?
That's correct.
Great, so we can stop saying the whole name. Can you turn to page 15?
I am there.
So on page 15, we see how indirect and allocated costs are to be allocated effectively, correct?
Yes.
And starting at that second paragraph, it says Laclede currently uses a general allocator based on fixed assets and investments, revenues, and direct payroll, correct?
Yes.
Which largely tracks what you have in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that the next line says, these factors should be continuously monitored for fairness, relevance, reasonableness, and appropriateness, and if the business or operational considerations supporting the propriety of the general allocator computation change materially, and continued use of the allocation method results in an inequitable allocation of costs, the Laclede shall immediately change one or more of the component factors to ensure that the costs are being allocated on the most equitable and appropriate basis. Laclede shall document the reasons for the change and the reasons for the selection of new factors.
Yes, that's what is listed in that paragraph.
And turning to the next page, the first paragraph on 16. In addition, each party shall be free in a subsequent rate case to propose changes to the calculation of the components used in Laclede's fully distributed cost determination, the financial metrics to be included in the general allocator, and in the allocation factors described below.
Yes.
Read more of that. Go ahead and offer exhibits 228.
Exhibit 228 has been offered as evidence into the hearing record. This is marked on the front page, Appendix 1-CAM, and it purports to be the CAM of Spire, Missouri. Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 228 onto the hearing record? Hearing none, it is so admitted.
All right, can you turn in your server bubble to page 8?
I am there.
At lines 8 through 10, you state, I completely disagree. Due to the corporate structure of Spire Inc., all transactions under the term corporate allocation are affiliate transactions and must comply with the Commission's affiliate transaction rules. Correct?
Yes.
All right. I would like to explore with you a little bit how the Commission's affiliate transaction rule operates.
I have a copy of the rule. Would you like me to pull it out for reference?
That would be great. I'm going to hand you a demonstrative, and the Commission let me know whether or not I should mark it as a demonstrative. I was intending to introduce this just so that the transcript would make sense.
You want it marked as a demonstrative exhibit for the record to make sense?
Because I'm going to be referring to the A Corp, B Corp, and C Corp in this, I feel like having it in the record will help understanding the transcript. It would be, again, purely a demonstrative. Let me wait until the end of my discussion, and then you can determine whether or not it's necessary. All right, so let's walk through this really quick so we all are on the same page. Here we see 3 corporations in a fairly simple corporate family structure. You have the A Corp, that's the regulated utility, the B Corp, the unregulated affiliate, and C Corp is an unregulated parent. And both A Corp and B Corp are fully owned subsidiaries of C Corp. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm just going to refer back to this for the purposes of this discussion to make things simple. All right, I want you to assume for a second that A Corp is providing personnel to manage B Corp. Is the provision of management personnel a service, in your opinion, as it would be defined under the affiliate transaction rule?
Yes.
If B Corp does not provide any compensation to A Corp following the provision of this service, would you agree with me that it has received a financial advantage? If I define financial advantage as the transfer of information, assets, goods, or services of any kind to an affiliate entity below the greater of fair market price or fully distributed cost to produce.
You're saying that A gave to B at no cost, that would violate the rule?
I'm asking whether or not you would consider that to be a financial advantage.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Now, if I give the exact same situation, but instead A is providing management personnel to manage C, and again, C provides no compensation to A, has A provided C with a financial advantage? If I define financial advantage as the transfer of information, assets, goods, or services below the greater of fair market price or the fully distributed cost to produce.
Yes.
And if I changed out the term management personnel and instead replaced it with auditing services, would the same situation hold?
Yes.
And if I changed out the term auditing services again for preparation of income taxes, would the same hold?
It would.
Thank you. Again, Your Honor, I would offer this as a demonstrative in the record so that it becomes clear what I'm referring to when I say A, B, and C Corp. although the record probably will survive without it.
I'm gonna go ahead and treat this as an exhibit, and we will just call it a demonstrative exhibit. Are there any objections to the admission of 229, a demonstrative exhibit showing a table of corporations? No, objection, heard, it is so admitted. Lisa, what exhibit number did I just say?
229.
Well,
That is 228.
no, I think that is 229. I believe you're absolutely correct.
Yes, the CAM appendix was 228.
Yes, the CAM was 228, thank you. 229, no objection, so admitted. Go ahead, Mr. Kleiser.
The good news is that I'm approaching the last of my line of questions, and I thank you for bearing with me. I know this has been long. Turn to page 8, well, you're on page 8 of your survey, should still be there. Yes. Would you agree with me that lines 19 through 21 says, as I discussed in my rebuttal testimony, staff is not aware of the current existence of any functions or cost drivers that support substantial allocations across fire needs? Yes. Make this a little bit faster, and you go out at the same time. I'm asking whether or not that changed. Okay. I apologize for the council.
Mr. Kleiser, are we marking these? Okay, you let me know.
Yes, let's go ahead and ask to be marked. So 231 and 232, 31 being the 30, right?
Yep, I'm on 230. We just did 229.
230 and 231. 230 being the 2016 cost allocation manual, 231 being the 2020 cost allocation manual.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that so I can get these straight?
Absolutely. 230 would be the 2016 cost allocation manual, annual report, and 231 would be the 2020 cost allocation manual, annual report.
Okay, got it, thank you.
I also note, just for future reference, when we get to that the front page of this has handwritten confidential.
Yes, and okay. I've spoken with Spire, and I'm going to ask this question in a manner that will keep this from having to go in camera.
I appreciate both of your cooperation in that matter. The commission does prefer to keep its proceedings public.
All right, so this will be relatively simple. Under the 2016 cost allocation manual, you'll agree with me that there are costs listed for Spire miscellaneous expenses at page 13? Yes. And under the 2020 cost allocation manual, there are no such costs listed. Yes.
Mr. Kleiser, I'm lost.
Under the 2016 cost allocation manual,
Yes.
the box or column row labeled Spire miscellaneous expenses,
Yes.
there are numbers listed.
Yes.
And in the
I see there's no numbers listed. I'm following, thank you. The right-hand corner, for those also lost in our streaming audience, is what Mr. Kleiser is pointing out, the lack of numbers in the far right columns of the Spire miscellaneous expense row.
Mr. Majors, can you explain why this change occurred between the 2016 and 2020 cost allocation annual reports?
Not specifically. It could be that the 28 million listed in the,
Was not referenced in numbers specifically, sorry, trying to keep it.
okay. It could be that the number total in Spire miscellaneous expenses, is included in other areas of the report, but that would be conjecture, so I can't tell you.
That's okay, that's what I was hoping to hear. With that, are you aware whether or not Evergy Services has its own employees?
No.
You're not aware, or they don't?
I am not aware.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Oh, thank you, Your Honor. I'll move to admit 230 and 231.
Judge, staff doesn't have an objection. I just would note that in each of these, it's one page of the report that is being admitted.
I am more than happy to supply the entire CAM if the commission would like, so.
Again, I think we're okay with the skinny version, but it is just one page.
I will also again note that these are recorded in the electronic filing system of the commission.
That was my question. Okay. Are there any objections then?
No, I guess where I was going with that, Judge, is similarly, if we would choose to cite to other aspects or other pages of this cost allocation manual, will we treat this as if it's been, notice has been taken of it essentially, or it's been adopted by?
Does anyone object to my admitting the skinny version and taking notice of the full version?
No objection.
Okay. I'll ask again on the exhibits, and then we'll make my order on, taking notice. Any objections on the admission of exhibit 230 and 231, which are the skinny versions, the one-page versions of the cost allocation manual 2016 for Laclede Gas Company and 2020 for Spire, Missouri? Hearing no objections, the skinny versions, one page each, are both admitted. And at this time, the commission will take administrative judicial notice of the full cost allocation manuals just admitted as exhibits 230 and 231, specifically the 2016 Laclede Gas Company, CAM, and the 2020 Spire, Missouri, CAM.
With that, I have no further questions, and I'd like to thank the witness. That was a long process.
Judge, the only thing, you intended to, admit those as confidential exhibits, correct?
Thank you. One or both?
Both.
Madam Court Reporter, we're going to back up for just a second. Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 230 confidential and Exhibit 231 marked confidential? Hearing no objections, they are both so admitted. The Commission's previous statement of taking notice of the full CAM report stands. Mr. Kleiser has no more questions. That takes us to Spire.
Mr. Major, in regard to Ameren, is Ameren financially a much larger company than Spire, Missouri?
Yes, but I cannot tell you right now by the extent of how much larger, but yes.
In regard to, Exhibit 224, which was the page from the first filing for Ameren, I think you started to say, when asked to compare those numbers to the numbers found in the Spire Services allocations, maybe that you did not know what the basis of these FERC numbers were or what was being addressed in this exhibit. Is that correct?
Yes, part of the difficulty would be that, from what I recall, Spire Inc. filed for a waiver from the FERC Form 60 reporting requirements. That's my recollection, so that's why there's no Spire Services FERC Form 60. So those would be separate and distinct comparisons to the Ameren Service Company FERC Form 60.
And we've discussed that Spire Missouri has a commission-approved cost allocation manual, correct?
Yes.
And do any other Missouri gas or electric corporations have a CAM that's been approved by the commission?
Yes. There are CAMs that are in existence, but that have been approved by the commission, but I think they are all in the process, at some stage of the process, of being rewritten.
So there are applications that are out in the world right now, correct?
I believe there's also a workshop docket open.
And would you agree with me that those CAM applications have their processing has slowed as a result of that workshop docket concerning a new affiliate transaction rule?
I have not been involved with that process, but I have no reason to dispute the statement you just said.
Now, as a part of this case, you examined Spire's affiliate transactions to include corporate allocations, correct?
Yes.
And do you believe that Spire Missouri allocates shared service costs in a way that is consistent with its CAM?
I believe so, yes.
And do you believe the allocation process is reasonable and provides ultimately for a lower cost to Spire Missouri's customers than they would see in the absence of that process?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have here.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. That takes us to bench and commissioner questions. I will ask if any of our commissioners have any questions for witness majors. All right, hearing none, I do have several questions. Mr. Majors, do you have a copy of your rebuttal testimony?
I do.
Would you please turn to pages 2 to 4? In those pages, you refute OPC's claim that a number of costs are allocated solely to Spire Missouri. What specific adjustments in staff's accounting schedules or in its cost of service report identify adjustments that allocate the category of costs listed?
Would you like me to go through each of these?
Yes.
So, item 1 on page 3, preparation and distribution of Spire Inc. 2019 proxy statement, notice of annual meeting of shareholders and annual report. So, these would be handled by what I would call kind of middle in-house management of Spire Missouri Inc. And all the labor costs that were included in staff's revenue requirement were allocated based on various factors depending on the department that those individuals are employed in. Some were allocated on what would be a corporate-wide 3-factor allocator. Some would be allocated on a gas utilities only allocator, and some would be allocated based on a Missouri utilities only allocator. So specifically for each of these items, you wouldn't see a specific adjustment of here's the proxy statement preparation costs. They would be included in staff's overall salary and wage annualization. And so I'll continue going down the line here. Item 2 would be the same. That would be handled by the tax department, those employees. Item 3 would be finance. And those 3 would be the labor. There might be some more labor adjustments in here. But item 4 would be the leasehold expenses. And so those would have been included for both 700 and 800 market. Those would have been allocated at the most current appropriate allocator. There's separate allocators for 700 and 800 Market Street. Those leases, which I don't believe has changed very much, would have been included in a annualized lease adjustment. Item 6 would have been Spire Inc. non-employee directors for board of directors. These would have been included at the test year, other than the director's expenses would have been included at the test year amount. Staff did not have a specific adjustment related to the costs for the non-employee directors, although we did recommend some removal of some expenses for the board of directors retreat and board expenses and other miscellaneous expenses that the commission has disallowed in prior rate cases. It's pretty much staff's standard adjustments for those accounts. Cash management function, item 8. I'm sorry, I skipped item 7. Spire Inc. executive officers, for the majority of those would be, not the majority, excuse me, those would have all been included in staff's payroll annualization, similar to items 1 through 3. Item 8, cash management function. That would be a function of treasury employees, again, in staff's payroll annualization. Item 9, financing decisions and execution. That would also be in treasury and finance, again, part of staff's payroll annualization. For brevity, item 10, again, staff's payroll annualization. Same with item 11. Item 12, in brackets, I had assumed, this is from Mr. Schallenberg's testimony, that would be internal audit. Those would, again, be included in the labor annualization. Acquisition analysis, those typically would, if there were a specific, if there were a specific cost that the company had acquired, so say they had acquired the services of an advisor, perhaps a J.P. Morgan, to specifically analyze a transaction, those would be booked to the Spire Inc. holding company. To my knowledge, none of those were incurred in the test year. And again, these are from Mr. Schallenberg's, this is from Mr. Schallenberg's testimony. I think day-to-day market analysis of general M&A activity would be a function of the internal payroll, and that would be, I think it's a good thing and an appropriate thing for management to be aware of acquisitions in the industry, and so that would be an appropriate function of management, and so that would be included in staff's payroll analysis.
For our listeners, you said M&A. Did that refer to mergers and acquisitions?
Yes, sir. And so on 14 and 15, it's the same answer. Would be all internal labor included in staff's payroll adjustment.
Thank you. I forgot to ask the question I promised to ask of all of our witnesses this afternoon. Do you know if the commission has considered affiliate transactions between regulated affiliates differently than affiliate transactions between a regulated utility and a non-regulated affiliate?
Yes. So the example that comes to mind would be, the acquisition of Aquila by Great Plains Energy, case number EM-2007-0374. In the report and order, I believe that's the correct number. In the report and order, the commission, granted a waiver between transactions, between Kansas City Power and Light at the time and, Aquila Inc., which was renamed Greater Missouri Operations. That's one bundle or one cost type one type of affiliate transaction where, the pricing model and the affiliate transactions rules, really, it doesn't make sense to apply that because it's two Missouri regulated utilities. You wouldn't want one profiting off of services provided to the other. And in your question, you had asked me the provision of services from a regulated to a non-regulated. I would ask, is the regulated utility, the non-regulated entity, there would be two situations that I can think of. It would be a pure non-regulated entity such as Spire Oil Services or Spire STL Pipeline, which is regulated by FERC. But the other non-regulated entity would be an example of the Spire Alabama properties or the Spire Mississippi properties, which, yes, are not regulated Missouri utilities, but they are regulated utilities in another jurisdiction. And so, again, the not asymmetrical pricing model in my opinion, should be viewed somewhat less restrictive in those transactions because, again, staff's philosophy is that those transactions should be at cost. There should be no, and the flip side is true. In this case, we have included some costs from, again, labor costs coming from Spire, Alabama. There are no Spire, Mississippi allocated costs because the company does maintain some personnel there that provide services to Spire, Missouri, and the Missouri utility, the Spire, Missouri utilities, east and west. And so either transaction going either way, the company has included and staff has included those costs at the fully distributed costs of the company. And so there is no markup on those transactions. But I will say if the affiliate they do comply with the affiliate transactions rule because the cost to provide those services is equal to, in staff's opinion and in the company's opinion, the market rate to provide those services. The company, as the company and most other Missouri utilities that I'm aware of set their labor at a market rate. And so human resources in that function will procure what are called market salary wage studies. And they will price out each position usually at the median market rate. In these surveys, in some cases, they are utility specific. In some cases, they are more of a broad-based market. So to contrast that, if they want to price out a gas technician, they would use a gas utility survey. In fact, there was one provided, excuse me, in response to the staff data request where it was provided by the American Gas Association that will identify what's the going market rate for a gas utility employee or a gas pipe inspector or what have you. But getting back to the point, that's how staff would, surmise that the cost to provide those services would be at the market rate.
Thank you. Why is Spire Inc., the holding company, not charged any of the costs through a percentage of the corporate-wide three-factor for the 700 or 800 Market Street factors?
I think of the driver of the 700, 800 Market Street factors, I believe that those would be based on the other factors that are driving the allocation of costs. So, for example, Spire Inc., in and of itself, has no revenues. All its revenues are derived by its gas-regulated utilities or its non-regulated affiliates. Same with plant and service. There is no Spire Inc. plant on its own. And so there is some direct charge or allocated labor of $336,000 that was in the 2020 report. And so that might be one cost driver, but that would be a minuscule amount compared to the cost allocation pool of the three factors. And so I guess the point I'm trying to make is there's no cost driver that should be absorbing costs that is owned by Spire Inc. I mean, Spire Inc. doesn't exist in and of itself to be a holding company. It exists to support its affiliates.
On page 4 of your rebuttal testimony,
Okay, I'm there.
what costs are allocated through the corporate-wide three-factor?
So, in staff's revenue requirement, in general, you're asking about?
Yes.
Okay. It would be some of the labor. There would be some test year. That if staff did not recommend an adjustment to a specific item, it would remain in the test year as incurred and as allocated. I would suspect there are a lot of from paper clips to copier releases to a variety of things that were allocated in the test year with the corporate-wide three-factor allocator that staff simply does not adjust. And so what staff did adjust, though, with labor, some of those would have been in the corporate-wide three-factor allocator.
Okay, let's turn to your rebuttal testimony. Please turn to page 9.
I'm there.
You state there that the 3 largest utilities operating in Missouri have similar corporate structures. Do you know if Evergy received a waiver for affiliate transactions between its affiliates when it merged with Westar?
I believe that's the case. I was looking into that this morning. I know they have an existing waiver between the former Kansas City Power and Light and former Aquila. I do believe there is a waiver. It would be for transactions between Kansas City Power and Light, at now Evergy Metro, and the former Westar properties for those affiliate transactions.
Do you know if the back office employees of Ameren Services, are they charged at cost to Ameren affiliates?
Yes.
Are the back office employees allocated to Spire affiliates employed by Spire, Missouri?
Yes.
Can you explain further the 700 Market Street and 800 Market Street, what those allocation factors are based on?
I can attempt to. I have the complete, CAM report for 2020.
We want to make sure not to mention any numbers quite yet.
No, I won't mention any numbers. It would have been in some fashion driven by other allocation factors. So it's, well, in part. So 700, 800 Market, in 800 Market is, in part the call center. Part of the call center is 800 Market. So those would be directly allocated to either east, well, it would be directly allocated to some part of Spire, Missouri. The former Clean Energy Resources, the gas trading department, I believe is over at 800 Market. Those would be directly allocated. So by square footage, if it's able to be direct allocated, that would be most appropriate. But let's say for the tax department, I don't think it would be possible to directly allocate that cost, nor would it be appropriate. I think the more appropriate function or fashion of allocation would be some three-factor allocator, which again, that's why Spire Inc. would not be absorbing any of those costs, because they don't have any other purpose other than the holding company.
You just pulled up the 2020 CAM.
Yes.
That's exactly my next question. That report shows amounts charged to affiliates by Spire, Missouri. Are the allocation factors in Appendix A, beginning on page 47 of that report, are those the allocation factors that staff reviewed during this rate case?
I would say we reviewed the allocation factors that we asked for separately in a data request. I believe it's 17. Those have a lot more information on how those allocation factors were derived, much more information than this report. And these were based on fiscal year 20, which was staff's test year. So yes, they would have been examined by staff, but more in the context of a data request that was provided separate from this report.
Has staff quantified corporate support services provided by Spire, Missouri employees to its affiliates in comparison to other services being provided? For example, do Spire, Missouri employees provide gas procurement services to Spire, Alabama, or Spire Marketing?
For labor, staff would have identified by individual. Let's say there was someone in gas procurement and they provided services to Spire, Alabama. Yes, those would have been allocated to, it would have been a gas utilities allocator. And so the answer would be, I think, yes, we would have allocated those costs to other Spire Inc. entities.
I have no further questions. Thank you for your patience. That takes us to recross. And your staff's witness, Mr. Kleiser, you're up.
Can you go back to page 3 of your rebuttal?
Yes.
The judge asked you about this list, and he was asking about costs paid solely to Missouri. I want to course correct here. Because what I believe Mr. Schellenberg actually was arguing is that Spire Inc. doesn't pay these costs. So, to take just this first one as an example, the preparation and distribution of Spire Inc.'s 2019 proxy statement, notice of annual meetings and shareholders' meeting reports. Would you agree with me that the preparation of a legal document like a proxy statement is a service?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that the preparation of Spire Inc.'s 2019 proxy statement is a service being provided to Spire Inc.?
Yes.
And would you finally agree with me that Spire Inc. has not paid any portion of the cost for this service?
I don't think, nothing's been, can you repeat that?
Well, let me ask it, has Spire Inc. been allocated any portion of the cost for this service?
No costs that have remained with Spire Inc.
So effectively, Spire Inc. has not paid anything for this service.
No.
No, meaning you agree with Mr. Kleiser.
Yeah. No, there are no costs that were ultimately retained by Spire Inc. in preparation of the 2019 proxy statement, item 1 on page 3.
That was it. Thank you.
Recross to the company.
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Majors, you were asked a couple questions about 7 and 800 Market Street. Do you know what's on the, well, let me back up. Mr. Kleiser earlier today talked about a floor plan on the 6th floor, I think, of 700 Market. Were you here for that?
Yes.
Are you aware of what's on the other floors in those buildings? And let me give you some examples if you know. Utility engineering.
I might cut to the chase. I've been in 700 Market. I've been to various floors of 700 Market. Engineering is somewhere in the building.
Gas safety.
Yes.
Gas supply.
Yes.
I think you mentioned the call center.
That would be at 800 Market, I believe.
Okay. And are those examples of functions that would all support Spire, Missouri, and its utility business?
Yes.
Would Spire Inc. have a need for those sort of services itself?
Absent the ownership of regulated utilities, no.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilor Myers, redirect.
Yes, Judge, just briefly. Mr. Majors, in response to some questions from the bench, you referred to the asymmetrical pricing model in the commission rules. What exactly were you referring to there?
It would be in the affiliate transaction rule. I have a copy of it right here, the gas utility affiliate transaction rule.
And are you referring to what is known as number 2, the standard?
Yes, number 2, subparagraph A, subparagraph 1, the rule compensates an affiliated entity for goods or services above the lesser of the fair market price or the fully distributed cost to the regulated gas corporation to provide the goods or services for itself. And it goes on. It's called the asymmetric pricing model.
Correct. And so, again, that's in 2A of the Commission's affiliate transaction rules for gas utilities. Further, there's additional standards there, 2B. Are you familiar with 2B?
Yes,
And is that applicable to Spire in certain instances?
yes.
And would you mind reading that provision? You've been reading so well this morning.
Subparagraph B, except as necessary to provide corporate support functions, the regulated gas corporation shall conduct its business in such a way as not to provide any preferential service, information, or treatment to an affiliated entity over another party at any time.
So 2B sets an exception for corporate support functions, is that correct?
Calls for legal conclusion.
Merely asking if that's what the language says.
No. That is a request for legal conclusion regarding the effect of Rule B on Rule A.
No, it's 2A and then 2B, and it clearly says, except as necessary to provide corporate support functions. I just asked Mr. Majors if that's what it states.
Mr. Kaiser, any more objections?
The question is just, does that state, is that what it states? Then that's not objectionable. That wasn't the question.
If that was not my initial question, I rephrased to be, is that what 2B states?
That is what 2B states.
All right, thank you, Mr. Majors. Additionally, you were asked some questions, what is now admitted as OPC Exhibit 228. Do you have that still with you, a copy?
I do.
It was the Appendix 1 CAM document.
I'm there.
And specifically, I believe counsel for OPC had asked you some questions about page 15 of that document.
Yes.
The second paragraph on that page, you were asked, and I believe Mr. Kleiser read that second sentence of that second paragraph out loud. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And so, again, has Spire proposed to modify its currently commission-approved CAM document in the working case?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And so, would staff be open to changes to the CAM document if staff felt they were appropriate and if allocations needed to be changed?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Majors, you were asked quite a few questions about what costs were retained by Spire Inc. in the test year. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
What amount of costs have been retained by Spire Inc. in the test year? Mr. Majors, it appears you might be referencing the 2020 CAM report, but I don't know that that number is necessarily confidential.
I believe it might be in Mr. Schellenberg's testimony. If you'll give me a moment, pardon me. $355,610.87. I'm sorry, $355,610.87.
Correct. And what kind of costs are these included in that total number?
I believe the details were identified in Mr. Crick's testimony. They would be, there's some IT costs, IT labor costs, and, I don't recall what. There were some other labor costs, but the category would be, labor and other labor-related costs.
Okay, so in your judgment, could you use this roughly $350,000 of retained costs as the basis to allocate a portion of GHQ costs or other overhead costs of Spire Inc.?
Yes,
And how might that work?
you would take that number, and you would, might add it to the pool of wages that you were allocating using the three-factor allocator, everything that was not, all the square footage that was not directly assigned, you might be able to allocate a very minute portion of those, costs.
And you've also stated that any allocation of GHQ costs to Spire Inc. would likely be de minimis in nature. Why is that?
Again, because there's no cost drivers for Spire Inc. Spire Inc. It's as an entity in and of itself.
I think that's all, Mr. Majors. Thank you. Thank you for your time on the stand. No further questions, Judge.
Indeed, thank you. You are excused from the witness stand. Mr. Schallenberg is up next, and while we exchange witness positions, a quick announcement from the bench. As I just stated, we are starting with Mr. Schallenberg. My intention is to finish with his examination and cross-examination tonight, thereby finishing all of issue 19. I would note that it is currently 19 minutes before 5. And that's all. Mr. Schallenberg, if you could give me a nod, you've been already sworn in, as I recall.
Yeah.
Please take a seat and remember that you are still under oath. And we'll go ahead. Mr. Gleiser, your witness.
I tender the witness for cross.
Counselor Myers?
No questions, Judge.
Mr. Hooper?
No questions, Your Honor.
Do any of the commissioners have questions for Mr. Schallenberg? And again, we do have all 5 commissioners at this hearing, and it is *6 to unmute. I'm not hearing any questions. The bench does have several questions. First, let's start with the top question that I have been asking everyone, and I've gotten pretty good at it, so I'm going to paraphrase. Are you aware if the commission has considered affiliate transactions between regulated affiliates differently than affiliate transactions between a regulated utility and a non-regulated utility?
Yes.
Do you know specific cases we can refer to that were litigated rather than settled?
The answer is yes.
Can you share those cases?
The merger of KCP&L and Aquila, I think it was, I don't remember its name at the time, it changed a lot. There was a request to allow them to exchange goods and services at cost and not have to deal with the fair market value of the exchange. And the commission adopted a variance for them in that case. I think there's been a waiver also granted in the Westar, I know it's KCP&L, in that merger. One was granted, I don't know that it was contested, but one was granted in that case.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I would also like to start off referencing some of the testimony we just had. Do you know if the dividends from Spire, Missouri, and other regulated companies flow through Spire, Inc.?
They flow to,
Would that be revenue for Spire, Inc.?
it's called dividend income. If you want to call that revenue, but the normal term is dividend income.
Okay, let's turn to Schedule RES-D-6, which is the 2020 CAM report. I'm sorry, it's the cost allocation, yes, it is the cost allocation manual annual report submitted on December 15th, 2020.
I have the document.
Thank you. If you could turn to page 35.
I have that page.
Is it your understanding that the amounts charged to affiliates are based on costs to Spire, Missouri to provide that service?
I'd say no.
Do you know what they are based on?
They are based on allocation pools that would accumulate dollars and then go to the allocation methodology and then assign that out, which could be far different than actually what the cost was of what went into the pool.
All right, would you please now turn to page 40? Are the goods and services provided to Spire, Missouri from Spire Marketing, Inc., comma, Spire NGL, Inc., comma, and Spire STL Pipeline LLC charged at amounts above cost? I'll repeat that. Do you know if the charges from those three subsidiaries that I just listed charged at amounts above cost? Are the goods and services provided to Spire, Missouri by those three affiliates charged at amounts above cost?
Yes, that's what's shown on this page.
Do you know if the charges, it's the same three affiliates, Spire Marketing, Inc., Spire NGL, Inc., and Spire STL Pipeline LLC. Do you know if the charges from those three flow through this rate case or through Spire, Missouri East and West's respective PGAs? And for our audience listening, a PGA is a purchased gas agreement.
Yes, in the sense that the PGA is an estimate that is billed for the cost of gas, and the ACA is the true-up to actual cost. So actually, the true-up as to what you will ultimately have to pay is in the actual cost adjustment.
And do you have a copy of your SIR rebuttal testimony with you?
Yes, yes.
Would you go to page 2? And I'm going to ask you about lines 22 to 23.
Yeah.
At that point, you state that Spire, Missouri provides goods and services to its parent and affiliates below cost. What evidence do you have to support that statement?
For Spire Inc., I have the fact that, when goods and services are provided by Spire, Missouri to Spire Inc., it goes into those allocation pools. And, for example, like $1, they could provide a service that was $1, you put it in the pools, and Spire, Missouri would pay, the majority of that dollar back. So that's my basis for saying, and Spire Inc., the way the system is, the other parts of that cost would be given to utilities other than Spire Inc. So Spire Inc. would get a service, but the cost of that service would be allocated out to other Spire Inc. entities, including Spire, Missouri.
So when we're talking about below cost, you're not saying that Spire, Missouri is providing goods below cost because they don't get reimbursed 100%. I believe you're saying that it's below cost because the cost to Spire Inc. isn't the true cost. The cost is distributed to the other affiliates, thus it is below cost to Spire Inc.
Yes, if you think of it, when the good or service goes from Spire, Missouri to Spire Inc., the dollars in that transaction, there won't be a transaction upon which Spire Inc. will pay Spire, Missouri for that transaction.
Okay, and I'm splitting hairs here, but I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. You're not saying that Spire, Missouri is not made whole. So in our theoretical example, Spire, Missouri employee sits down, types out some required form for Spire Inc. The Spire, Missouri is reimbursed for 100% of whatever that cost is, but it's from several different pools of affiliate money, so to speak.
No.
No?
Because when you talk about that pool, part of the money that's going into that pool is going to be paid by Spire, Missouri. So if you take $100 and you put it in service to Spire Inc., and then that $100 then goes into the pool, Spire, Missouri will be out the $100 and will get charged a percentage of that $100 for a cost that wasn't for good or service that it used, but it is for a cost of good or service that was provided like the Spire Inc.
Okay, thank you. This is my last question. Based on your knowledge, has the commission, when considering its affiliate transactions rule, has the commission made a distinction between transactions that occur between two regulated affiliates versus transactions between a regulated and a non-regulated affiliate? Based on your knowledge, has the commission made that distinction?
I'm told there's one case where the commission, in an order, made that distinction. I can't say I've personally seen that order or read it, but the rule provides for the commission to provide variances. I guess there's a question about, the procedure that we but it's only case specific. Variances to the rule by the variance provision, apply to one and only to the situation that is applied. It doesn't become a general variation for everybody else.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The bench has no further question. That kicks us to recross. Ms. Myers?
No questions, Judge.
Thank you. For the company?
No question.
Thank you. Redirect by Mr. Kleiser.
Very briefly, I think that you already did an admirable job making sure this was clear, but just for the sake of safety, Spire, Missouri is not made whole for, well, let me start. You were asked a question from the bench about whether or not Spire, Missouri will be made whole for the goods or services it provides to Spire Inc., right?
Yes.
And you indicated that Spire, Missouri would not be made whole for the goods and services it provides to Spire Inc.
Yes.
I feel like you've already explained why. I have no further redirect. However, I would like to throw out is, you had asked a question regarding the very first question you'd asked, and Mr. Schellenberg had mentioned 2 cases. I was going to offer, if the commission would like, we can try and track down the case numbers for those and offer those tomorrow. Of course, other parties free to interject. I didn't know if the commission wanted that.
Mr. Kleiser, I sincerely appreciate the offer. I'm going to decline. And the reason I'm going to decline is because we have staff in the background. I'm talking about commission staff, and they and myself will be looking that over. I mainly don't want to take time away from the parties to get together and discuss.
Perfectly reasonable. Just wanted to throw it out there.
If we get to the end of the week and I haven't found it, I might ask for some help. That said, Mr. Schellenberg, thank you, sir. You are excused. Let's talk announcements real quick. We are beginning at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Again, I arrive here at the building at 8. I will immediately unlock the doors, but if you arrive before that, sorry, you're going to have to sit out in the foyer. Mr. Kleiser, we had discussed rescheduling the WNAR, the weather normalization issue.
Rate normalization mechanism.
Issue 28, we had talked about perhaps moving that to tomorrow morning. I see nods and nobody seems surprised. We shall move issue 28.
Your Honor, I believe it's issue 30.
No. All right. It's kind of funny. It's a funny story. I was creating this memo and I was running out of time, and so I was cutting and pasting issue 28 onto everything. It was just the last one, and this one didn't get fixed. So issue 30, thank you. Issue 30 is going to be moved to the beginning issue for tomorrow. We do not have times on our issues, but just to review, tomorrow we will have WNAR/RNA. This is issue 30. We will also have cash working capital, issue 8, and incentive compensation, issue 13. I have no other issues for Wednesday. Again, we will start off with the WNAR at the beginning, and someone please remind me that we will be doing many opening statements. That said, we are adjourned for the evening, and we are off the record.
Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Good job.
I made a joke about